คือเสียงพัดลมแล็ปท็อปตอนนี้มันดังมากเลยเว้ยเป็นอะไรเอ่ยเป็นอะไรเอ่ยแล็ปท็อปคุงทัสเกเตะแล็ปท็อปคุงสู้ๆนะครับแล็ปท็อปคุงแข็งใจไว้เราเปิดแค่ไม่กี่แท็บเองเปิดแค่ Not Monday Cafe อันนี้คือโปรแกรมอะไรวะฉันว่าฉันก็ปิดไปเยอะแล้วนะปิดเกนชินก่อนปิดเYouTube Music ปิดไลน์ออดด้วยปิดอะไรอีกมีอะไรให้ปิดอีกปิดหมดแล้วนะนี่ก็ล็อกเอาท์หมดแล้วเบราว์เซอร์เหลือแค่ตัวเดียวน้องพัดลมแล็ปท็อปทำงานดังมากเสียงดังมากถ้าทุกคนได้ยินก็คือแบบว่ารู้กันจะว่าไปไอ้นี่มันไม่ทำงานอะแป๊บนึงนะ Fish Surrybot มาแล้วเหรอ Surrybot อยู่ใช่ไหมทำไมฉันไม่เห็นในนั้นวะแป๊บนึงนะโอเคตกปลาทำงานได้เหมือนในวิดเจ็ตแชทอะไม่เห็น Surrybot เว้ยแต่ว่าใน Twitter เห็น average sardine โอเคอากิโตะยังอยู่หรือเปล่าเธอยังอยู่หรือเปล่าฉันเพิ่งเห็นเมสเซจของเธอมันไม่ขึ้นทำไมมันไม่ขึ้นวะทำไมวะแป๊บนึงนะเหมือนมันไม่เชื่อมทวิตให้ฉันหรอแป๊บนึงนะฉันไม่เห็นเมสเซจใครเลยยกเว้นเมสเซจตัวเอง Let the fuck ช่วยเชื่อมต่อกลับมาได้ไหมกลับมาได้หรือเปล่าฮัลโหลโมชตอนนี้ก็คือดูไม่ออกแล้วนะคะบ้านแดงบ้านม่วงแชทบ้านไหนอยู่ตรงไหนอะไรยังไงไม่รู้เรื่องแล้วดูไม่รู้เรื่องเลยเราสามารถกด join คาเฟ่ได้นะคะเธอมันไม่ขึ้นเว้ยแป๊บนึงนะแชทไม่ขึ้นแชทขึ้นแค่ของตัวเองแชทคนอื่นไม่ขึ้นแชทเป็นไรอะตอนนี้แชทเป็นไรแป๊บนึงนะขอปิดแล้วเปิดใหม่ทำไมอากิโตะไม่ขึ้นแล้วคุณเลนี่ออเรนขึ้นน่ะเฮ้ยเกิดอะไรขึ้นทำไมมันไม่ขึ้นน่ะคือตอนนี้ไม่มีแชทใครขึ้นเลยทำไมนะทำไมกันนะนั้นเดี๋ยวก่อนนะแล้วฉันเชื่อมหรือยังฉันเชื่อมทวิชแล้วอันนี้ก็ connect อยู่นี่อันนี้ก็ connect อยู่แล้วทำไมจอยบ่ได้สรุปก็คือนั่งงมวิดเจ็ตทั้งคืนไม่ได้ทำอะไรทั้งนั้นอย่างที่ทุกคนเห็นนะคะอีเวนต์จะจบในอีก4 ชั่วโมงนะจ๊ะแล้วเราก็ยัง ยังเหลือ Lost Echo อีกนิดนึงยังปลดการ์ดเขาไม่หมดทำไมหน้าคุณเลนี่ออเรนขึ้นเว้ยแต่คุณอากิโตะไม่ขึ้นคุณอากิโตะเรียกคุณอากิโตะอะ มันไม่ขึ้นน่ะคุณเนโกะก็ไม่ขึ้นแต่คุณเลนี่ออเรนคนเดียวเลยนั่นเดี๋ยวก่อนคุณเลนี่ออเรนอยู่ใน Twitch ใช่ปะก็อยู่ใน Twitch เหมือนกันหมดทุกคนอยู่ใน Twitch นี่หว่าแล้วทำไมอ่ะมันเป็นไรอ่ะวันนี้มันเป็นอะไรก่อนเอาเป็นว่าไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเหมือนกันเอานี่ไงคุณเนโกะขึ้นแล้วอากิโตะโมชิสวัสดีเบบีอากิโตะจังไฮหน่อยเร็วไฮนานิกาสกิเนี่ยทำไมอากิโตะไม่ขึ้นตอนนี้คุณเนโกะขึ้นแล้วแต่ตอนนี้คอมมานด์จอยไม่ขึ้นใช่ไหมจอยแล้วแต่ไม่ขึ้นไหนลอง disconnect อีกสักรอบผมไปที่ Twitch แล้วก็ disconnect แล้วก็ connect ใหม่โชะโชะลองจอยใหม่เอ้ยเนี่ยอากิโตะตกปลาได้แล้วทำไมเมื่อกี้มันถึงไม่ขึ้นแล้วเฮ้ยตกได้ดาบว่ะตกได้ดาบขึ้นสนิมมาแล้วเชื่อมแล้วโอเค Not Monday Cafe ขึ้นแล้วนะคะ Fishphone ขึ้นแล้วโอเคทุกอย่างทำงานแล้วเนาะเฮ้ยเหนื่อยจังเลยสภาพมันเหมือนแบบเป็นเดือน fiscal year เขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะเหมือนแบบปิดงบครึ่งปีหรืออะไรสักอย่างปะทุกอย่างมันแบบประเดประดังประดอนแบบต้องมาหนักเดือนนี้นะคะทุกอย่างแบบโอ้ยแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยได้นอนมั้งแล้วล่าสุดแบบคออักเสบด้วยใช่ก็พอรู้ว่าเจ็บคอใช่ปะไปอ้าปากเสียงดังไว้ปะเสียงเกมดังไว้ปะลดลงให้หน่อยประมาณนี้เนาะเมาส์ก่อนก็คือไปส่องกระจกดูแบบเฮ้ยทำไมกลืนน้ำลายแล้วมันเจ็บคือตอนนั้นแค่กลืนน้ำลายก็เจ็บเว้ยเราก็เลยไปส่องกระจกแล้วมันเหมือนแบบเป็นจุดขาวๆอยู่ข้างในคอแล้วเซิร์ช Google ว่าเป็นอะไรไม่ใช่มะเร็งนะคะไม่ใช่มะเร็งยังไม่ตายนะคะก็เขาบอกว่าโอเคทอนซิลอักเสบคออักเสบหรือแบบ something อะเนาะเพราะมันเป็นแบบเป็นเหมือนจุดขาวๆข้างในอารมณ์เหมือนแบบเหมือนร้อนในแต่มันไปขึ้นตรงลิ้นไก่ไม่ใช่ลิ้นไก่แต่แบบในคออะไรเงี้ยพอไปหาหมอใช่ปะหมอก็บอกว่าคออักเสบค่ะรับยาฆ่าเชื้อนะคะรับยาฆ่าเชื้อแล้วก็ยาแก้เจ็บคออะไรเงี้ยจริงๆตอนแรกไม่ไอเลยนะไม่ไอมาเริ่มไอตอนเนี้ยตอนที่มันแบบว่าเริ่มหายเริ่มรู้สึกแผลเหมือนจะเริ่มแห้งมั้งหรือไม่ก็เริ่มหดหรืออะไรสักอย่างอะแหละน่าจะเป็นแบบไม่รู้เครียดด้วยป้าหรือแบบทำงานไม่ทันหรืออะไรสักอย่างแล้วมันเลยแบบสิวก็ขึ้นแล้วมันไปขึ้นตรงคออันนี้คือความรู้สึกคือเหมือนสิวขึ้นในคอเว้ยใช่เพราะว่าไม่ได้มีน้ำมูกไม่ได้มีอะไรเลยจู่ๆก็คือแบบตื่นมาด้วยเสลดสีเหลืองแล้วก็คออักเสบว่ะก็ไปหาหมอนะคะรับยามาตอนนี้กินมา2 วันละก็คิดว่าดีขึ้นยังแบบไม่ได้ 100% ขนาดนั้นแล้วก็เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้วันนี้แล้วนี่หว่าวันที่1 กรกฎาคมนะคะ20:00 นAcademy รอบนี้มี Special Guest เนาะ Candy Catty นะคะแล้วก็แบลของกรกฎานี่คือตารางแบบสุกๆมากมีทั้งพี่แซมพลสันเนาะแล้วก็มีตารางคุณเซเรกิมาช่วยดูเรื่องกราฟิกก็จะมีทั้งวันที่1วันที่8วันที่15ไลน์อัพแบบแน่นมากใครเป็นVTuber Academy นักเรียนเดือนนี้นะคะก็ค่อนข้างได้รับประสบการณ์กันแบบแน่นๆนะเมนเทอร์แบบไลน์อัพแน่นมากแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเดือนสิงหาเนาะก็มีคุยกับคุณเจวันเทอร์ไวเห็นคุณเจเพิ่งเดบิวต์ไปนะคะเดบิวต์ปุ๊บคอลแลบปั๊บไม่ใช่เขาคุยกันไว้นานแล้วก็อยากจะให้มาสอนใช้ตัว Reaper เนาะเราแบบก่อนหน้านี้ไปเรียนมิกซ์กับพี่โคชูมูมาแล้วทีนี้เหมือนเมโลไดน์ที่เราโหลดมามันเป็นเมโลไดน์เอเซนเชียลปะก็คือตอนนี้น่าจะไม่เซลแล้วไม่ต้องซื้อหรอกคือซื้อมาเหมือนแบบได้ใช้แค่นิดเดียวเขาบอกว่าให้ใช้ตัว Assistant มั้งถึงจะแบบเวิร์กสุดแต่เรามีงบแค่ตัว Essential แล้วมันก็จริงๆแบบไม่ได้ช่วยอะไรขนาดนั้นคือถ้าหัดใช้ Reaper เป็นก็ดีกว่าพวกแบบ Open Source แบบ DaVinci Resolve เอามาใช้ตัดวิดีโอหรือว่าไอตัว Reaper อย่างเงี้ยเอามาใช้มิกซ์เสียงแต่คิดว่าถ้าเรียนมิกซ์ไว้น่าจะได้ทำคอนเทนต์เยอะขึ้นเพราะว่าปกติชอบนั่งร้องเพลงในไลฟ์ใช่ปะเราก็จะมีแบบตัดเอามาเป็นช็อตอะไรอย่างเงี้ยถ้าเกิดเราแบบมิกซ์ได้ก็อาจจะทำแบบคลิปสั้นๆใส่ sound effect ได้อะไรแบบนั้นใช่ก็อันนั้นรอคุณเจสอนอันนั้นคิวน่าจะสิงหาคือเรากับคุณเจตลกมากเว้ยเพราะว่าชอบมีคิวเจอกันทุกวันแม่ปีที่แล้วก็คุณเจก็มาสอนสมัยอยู่ Academy กับ Nexus เนาะทีนี้พอย้าย พอค่ายเขายุบไปอันนี้ก็เลยแบบคุณเจมาสอนหน่อยแล้วแบบเราจะเจอกันวันไหนดีครับวันแม่ทุกปีไม่ได้นะคะเราก็เลยต้องขยับน่าจะ15นะถ้าจำไม่ผิดประมาณนั้นนี่ก็แรปรีแคปชีวิตช่วงนี้คร่าวๆนะคะงานก็โหมกระหน่ำมากคิดว่าสิ้นเดือนกรกฎาน่าจะแบบพอหายใจหายคอได้แต่แบบมิถุนาเป็นอะไรที่แบบแมเนจไม่ได้เลยจริงๆแล้วก็เกนชินเนาะก็กลับไปเล่นด้วยความที่แฟนอยู่นอร์ทอเมริกาเราก็ไปเล่นกับเขาแล้วดวงอะไรก็ไม่รู้แบนเนอร์ล่าสุดนะคะสเกิร์ตก็คือได้หมดเลยทั้งตัวละครทั้งดาบตลกมากเพราะว่าไม่เคยดวงดีขนาดนี้มาก่อนแล้วมันเป็น free to play account อะใช่ก็ดึงไม่ถึง20กว่าพูเองมั้งแล้วแบบดึงแบบซิงเกิลอะแล้วได้ดาบตัวละครอะเวอร์มากก็เป็นครั้งแรกนะคะที่แบบว่า Lucky Girl ทำงานแบบเต็มสูบมากๆเลยอันนี้เนาะ Lost Echo เป็นตัวอีเวนต์ของ Rafayel พาร์ท 2แล้วกันเพราะว่าพาร์ทแรกอะเรายังไม่ได้เคลียร์หมดนี่เนาะเราก็เลยคิดว่าเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวรอบนี้เรามาเคลียร์ทั้งหมดจะได้แบบเรคคอร์ดไว้ด้วยว่าตอนเป็นอีเวนต์ Lost Echo ของ Rafayel Story มันประมาณไหนแล้วเราได้การ์ดครบแล้วก็เดี๋ยวมาดูสตอรี่กันครับงานยังไม่เสร็จคืออะไรยังไม่ได้ทำตารางไลฟ์ของเดือนกรกฎาแล้วก็ยังไม่ได้ทำปกไลฟ์จริงๆบอกแคนที่ว่าเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเราจะลงปกสักแบบล่วงหน้าสักอาทิตย์นึงเผื่อทำ Q&A เพราะว่าเราจะพาเขาไป VR chat เนาะแล้วก็คุยกันเรื่องแบบโมเดล 3D ทำใน VRC แล้วเขาใช้ mocap อะไรบ้างมีประสบการณ์ยังไงไปทำโมเดลที่ไหนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็เลยแบบกะว่าจะแบบเปิด Q&A สักอาทิตย์นึงสรุปไม่มีเวลาทำแล้วก็เลยแบบเต้งเจอกันพรุ่งนี้นะประมาณนี้นะฮะวันนี้เรามาดูตัวคือราฟาเอลเคยเป็นเมนเรานะแต่ว่าพอเราเจอไซรัสใช่ปะเราก็เปลี่ยนไป เรามารีแคปตรงนี้กันชึบเทศกาลซีกราตัสอารมณ์เหมือนเป็นแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอะพิธีกรรมของชาวประมงถ้าพูดถึง fisherman มันก็คือแบบชาวประมงเนาะแบบพวกคนที่แบบชาวเลอะไรเงี้ยแม่
Your presumption is incorrect. I did leave something behind. But you can't call it a blessing. It could be a calamity. Finding it might trigger unpredictable consequences. Think about it. When I fell asleep, Romero wasn't founded yet. Should it still exist, where would you even begin your search? Does it matter? I see. Give me an answer first. How much longer must I wait for you to fall in love with me? And if I don't accompany you, you'll always have this grievance? In this world, you are the only one who dare to threaten the sea god. Where should our starting point be? If we go to the city, we could get some fried shrimp cakes that are freshly made. But we have clear skies today. Taking a stroll through nature is also a good choice. Truly, we have to make a difficult decision.
Hello Hi New Chat สวัสดีค่ะ ในนี้มันไม่ขึ้นชื่อมันขึ้นว่า @ddpt2rc สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับนะคะ เราเคย voice part 1 ไปแล้วเนาะ เพราะว่าจำได้ว่าตอนนั้นฉันไลฟ์ใน Twitch แล้วก็ voice Maggie ไปแล้ว เพราะงั้นเดี๋ยว voice อีกทีตอนไหนดี ตอน2แล้วก็อีกทีตอน3ก็คือตอน1เดี๋ยวแบบไปรีแคปกันเอาในพาร์ทแรกเอานะประมาณหนึ่งโชะ แล้วถ้าเป็นตอนนี้ก็ได้อยู่แบบ Rafayel what's your thought on this leather cloak น่าจะหมายถึงเสื้อหนังIt could suffocate a shark. And this linen shirt? Rough enough to scrap my scale. Seize this at once. Stop trying to dress me up. I see. I'm worried that you'll get cold. You barely wear garment as it is. Why don't you look around? If you find any clothes you like, I'll buy them for you.No need. Humans have a strange habit of wrapping themselves in what basically amount to fishing nets. I shan't partake in that. Give me your hand. If you're concerned about me freezing to death, your warmth is all I need. อ๋อ smooth มาก เหมือนเขาพยายามจะหาชุดให้ราฟาเอลใส่เว้ย แล้วราฟาเอลบอกว่าไอเสื้อผ้ามนุษย์อะแม่งเหมือนตาข่ายจับปลาแบบไม่ใส่ไม่เอาไม่ใส่ แล้วถ้าเกิดหนาวตายทำไงใช่ป่ะนางเอกบอกหนาวตายทำไงแล้วมันก็เลยบอกว่าถ้ากลัวฉันหนาวก็ใช้ร่างกายเธอทำให้ฉันอบอุ่นสิฉันแบบเฮ้ยหมอนี่ครับ Why are those humans hammering away at that? It's a small bell tower. If I recall correctly, I commissioned it for a certain year's Sea Gratis Festival. I oversaw its construction myself. Temple Bell Tower, you've built many facilities in my name. Constructing a few for my groom is reasonable, no? Wait, what are you doing? The structure my bride built for me are damaged. I shall help with the repair. เดี๋ยวนะเขาจะแต่งงานกันแล้วเหรอThe glass from this stained window is broken. Come, I need your aid. ชิบหายละต้องเล่นล่อโอเคไม่น้ำมันเฮ้ยผมจะรู้ได้ไงว่ามันอยู่ตรงไหนวะฉันจำไม่ได้มันก็ไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นป่ะแค่แบบDid you create this depiction of the sea god yourself? In the past, what does she say? In the past, the sea god had a burly physique and a beard. I request the craftsman to make some change. Does the real sea god have any objection? Not at all. This change looks good. Now I understand how you imagined me before we met. I don't really quite grasp the story เท่าไหร่นะว่าแบบ Do you see that seagull? Would you say it resembled the one you sent to the tower? The one that brought me seashell, I mean. ฉันนึกถึง Little Mermaid แล้วก็ที่มันมีนกอะมีนกYes, however, the seagull complains about you hurting its ear. Because you talk too much, it flew to distant waters to recover. I wasn't that talkative. I was bored to death in the tower. I can't help myself. Rafayel, you were sealed away for so long. It must have been harder for you than it was for me, yeah? Correct. And being able to hear your voice even when you criticized me was more interesting than the very depth of the ocean. I'll see. อันนี้ไปสู้เนาะ There aren't even real waves boring. อันนี้เราสู้ไปแล้วใช่ไหมต่ออันนี้ At the shore, I find a flat spot to sit down and rest. Rafayel, however, doesn't follow suit. He stares at something in the distance.
Why is there a ship here?
An old sea vessel has been washed ashore. Its hull has long since been eroded beyond repair by sea winds and ocean currents. I don't know where it came from, but my mother, the previous Castellan of Romero, who brought me back, once said it might be from a distant era. People who followed the sea god's guidance left it behind as they depart for a distant voyage.
The sea god's guidance? Why do Romero's denizens always invoke my name whenever they act?
I don't know. It's because they fear an uncertain future. They need the sea god to give themselves courage. Unfortunately, they weren't successful.
To set sail with guidance that is uncertain, lonely courage deserves recognition.
Right.
You did the same thing, did you not? You knew nothing of my identity, yet you took a leap of faith and jumped into the sea to find me.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Do you think this guidance is your blessing?
Using my divine gaze given to me by my godly authority, I only see your wish to look for clues in that old ship. Look at that damaged hull. Even if you are correct in assuming something was left behind, the sea would have already claimed it eons ago, or someone picked it up. However, if you want to hunt for treasure, then hunt for treasure we shall.
What started as a jest of an adventure unexpectedly led us to find bits and pieces of treasure. I'm cleaning a piece of iron sheet with seawater, then I turn my head. Rafayel is holding the remains of a letter opener's handle. He's deep in thoughts. That look on your face has a memory related to the blessing resurfaced?
Of course not. This pattern consists of pemphis petals, 8 water droplets, and a conch shell spiral.
I lean in to get a closer look, but the object is so corroded that I can't make out of anything. You can see all of that? Your divine gaze is godly in every sense of the word, huh?
This pattern is rare in Lemuria. It has only appeared in a few places.
A moment passes, and Rafayel turned his gaze towards the pitch-black sea with its massive whale-like waves.
One of my belongings could be under these waters.
Are you serious?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. It might not even be the blessing you seek.
This is already a great boon. Who cares whether it's the blessing or not? Let's hurry. Just as I'm about to take a step, Rafayel catch
What's
me
the
by the
rush?
something I
Are
cannot
you going
read
to
that. The
abandon
fuck?
all these treasures you found?
That was too fast. The dialogue a bit too fast. Right. And then it split into two directions. What about this one? What an awful downpour. Fortunately, we found a cave to take shelter in. Don't stand near the cave entrance with the wind and rain. Come, help me pick out a couple of stone. When did you carve this? It's beautiful. I did it on a whim. The stone is too brittle for any complex pattern. I want to carve something as well. Will you teach me? I need to see how steady your hands are first. See this small fish? Try to draw it using one continuous line. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Wow, มือนิ่งมาก What do you think? Have I passed the sea god's trial? Your skill level, I'd say you're better than approximately half of the Lemurian. That's harsh. Are all the Lemurian master artists? I see. Okay, and then this one. A lot of Emberthristol are in full bloom over there. What is it? It's an incredibly hardy flower. Scatter its seed anywhere and you'll end up with a field of them. Sounds like a dandelion though. It's impossible for that to happen in the ocean, especially the deep sea. Even animals struggle to survive there. How will we know if we don't try? Perhaps creature on land could also thrive in the sea. Here, these are its fruits. I'm unsure if you're setting up the plant for failure or me for disappointment, but alright, I would like to see the deep sea covered in flower as well. I'll see. The mountain path is steep and uneven. Do you need my help? Do I look fragile to you? You never walk on land before, even though your tail can transform into a pair of legs. Yet, you've been walking normally this entire time. When did you learn to walk on two legs? Sea god drink a magical potion that transforms their tail into legs when they go on land for the first time. Was this not mentioned in any myth you've read? If they don't learn how to walk and fail to return to the sea before sunset, they turn into bubbles and disappear into the water. Sounds familiar. Did you make that up? Would you like to take a guess? Typical Rafayel. That's very typical. Yes. Okay. What about this one? Choo! Rafayel, look what I found in the boat. A mirror? I'm impressed you've managed to find another treasure. Wait, there's a pattern on it. It's damaged. We need to put some effort into discovering what it is. Okay. Let's go. 20 seconds. Let's go. Meow, 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 meow. สวัสดีครับซีอิ๊วขาวสุดหนึ่ง Welcome ครับเสร็จยังอ่ะอันนี้เสร็จแล้วใช่ไหมโอเค Oh shit. The sea god on the mirror looked like you. Did you meet the people on this trip? I don't recall matters such as those. However, I can tell you that the craftsman who made this mirror was kind. He made a carving of my bride because he was worried I would be lonely. แล้วนางเอกไม่ใช่เจ้าสาวเหรอวะหล่อวะแล้วเราไปทางไหนดีเราขึ้นก่อนแล้วเราค่อยไปทางขวาปะขึ้นโอเค Are you alright? Yes, but the ocean current carried me here after the battle. This cave feels almost endless. Where are we? We ลงทางสินะ I've disturbed a rather unfriendly giant. Don't tell me we have another grand battle on our hands. We'll be polite. We don't need to challenge him when we've already trespassed into his home. Let's get out of here before he loses his temper. Uh-oh. ต้องกดอะไรกดใช่ไหมกดแล้วทำไมมันช้าลงฮัลโหลโอเคครับกดนิ้วเลยครับ We finally shook off that giant octopus. Indeed, so could this little octopus stop clinging to me? หาว่าฉันเป็นปลาหมึกเหรอหล่อนหาว่าฉันเป็นปลาหมึกเหรอยะ What a beautiful underwater garden. Corals and sea anemones. This place is an ideal home for them. But we can only admire them from a distance. Those sea anemones are venomous. Oh, มีพิษนะจ๊ะอย่าไปแตะมัน I know, yet the manner in which they sway, they must feel soft to the touch. Demeanor? Here. What did you just say? These were poisonous? I did. I also talked to it. It reluctantly agreed to let you hold it. You can talk to the anemone เหรอ คุยกับปะการังได้ด้วยเหรอ bro? Some stone tablets have been preserved. These engravings remind me of the Lemurian language. Even though they're fragments, they might be a mysterious record of something, or a strange incantation perhaps? From first rainfall, descent to water droplets forming an ocean, I have spent every moment loving you. Or, so sadly. I apologize. Sir Glenguna, I was unable to complete the assignment you gave me, because it's very, very, very difficult. I shall tell Furry that I like her scale during the sea god ceremony tomorrow. Ahem, maybe we shouldn't speak about the private thought of your people from 1,000 years ago. Why? If anything, you should have a few words of your own. Then people can spend half a day speculating about it thousands of years from now. And this one. I've always wondered how I could breathe underwater since I was a child. Is it because I'm the sea god's bride? It said that a kiss from a Lemurian grant one the ability to breathe underwater. In any case, you're bound to me. Breathing underwater is part of the course. But this is the first time I've swum to a place this deep. Perhaps I should kiss you again to ensure I won't drown. If you don't mind the fish, shrimp, jellyfish, and coral watching this, I certainly won't refuse you. Meh. Okay. โอ๊ยสู้เหรอ shit โอ๊ยเหนื่อยโอ๊ยเหนื่อยเลยแม่โอ๊ยไม่น่ายากมั้งครับ
Destruction's tide has arrived. These are the tide's judgment.
Shall descend here and now.
Here's our chance. It's almost over. Don't let it get away.
I'm getting the hang of this.
You were too
Pew,
close.
pew, 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 pew.
Oh man, you recovered so fast.
Pew, 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 pew.
Here's our chance.
Deep stirs.
ตกปลารอ
It's nice, and I can admire your graceful figure. The tide is rough. Press on. Don't get distracted. Here's our chance.
I need you.
If that's your wish.
Bring it on.
The tide's judgment.
Shall descend here and now. From the ocean's depths.
Where someone calls out my name forevermore. You were
นึ
too
กถึง
close
นั่น
to
น่ะ
it.
โพไซดอน
Eat this.
The tide's judgment
shall descend here and now. Deep stirs. Bring it on. Covered already? How tiresome.
The tide's judgment
Shall descend here and now.
Why are you getting ripples in a breeze?
nice
A drop in the ocean.
ฉันควรจะได้การ์ดแล้วโอเคการ์ดอีเวนต์ต้องเป็นของฉันนะชิลครับตอนเคเล็บคือไม่ทันนะ ไม่ทันตอนเคเล็บคือไม่ทันอันนี้คือทันแบบพอดีเป๊ะอ่ะพาร์ทสุดท้าย
It should be somewhere around here.
Rafayel leads me to stand under a tall coral structure. With a graceful movement of his fingertips, the sand on the seabed begins to ripple like water. Second pass, and a box encrusted with barnacles emerge. It carries by the current until it floats gently into Raphael's hand. A conch shell? Inside the open box rests a blue conch. Its surface gleams with a luster as clear as flowing seawater.
This is a conch that can store sounds.
หอยสัง
Inside it should be my voice from a time before I fell asleep. Do you recall the pattern you saw earlier? The spiral shell motif originated from this conch.
That's how you remember you left this conch behind?
It was speculation at best.
Raphael traced the pattern on the shell, and a translucent bubble slowly emerged from its opening. The surrounding light seemingly dims as the bubble floats between us. It emits soft blue glow reminiscent of a moonlight. I never expect the first word to be my name. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see Rafayel is trying to destroy the bubbles, stifling my laughter. I quickly stop him. You can't do that. I want to hear it. Reluctant, Rafayel stopped as the voice from the conch intermittently continues to speak.
The blessing of the deep sea shall follow the cycle of the tides to be by your side. It shall guide your path forward and accompany you on your journey home. When that time comes, remember Lemuria in all of its grandeur for me.
There's some muffled thud, and Raphael's voice is abruptly silenced.
I left a blessing behind after all. Why aren't you saying anything? The sea god's blessing was meant for you. I thought you'd be more excited.
I am, but it sounded like you were in pain. Why did you choose to leave behind that blessing for me?
I don't remember.
He doesn't give me a definitive answer and places the conch in my hand.
Even if there were regrets in the past, they've already been compensated by our present. After all, you're right here, by my side.
I slowly nod, although there's still a hint of melancholy in my heart. I can't help but smile. You were genuinely fond of me back then.
My affection isn't only limited to the past. I can say I like you a lot at this very moment.
Hearing a straightforward response from him catches me off guard.
Shall we find a conch and leave behind a blessing for our future selves? Then your future self will have no doubts about my feelings for you at this moment. The problem is that I don't know where these conches can be found now. We'll need the Fantasia shark to be our guide.
That sounds great, but I don't need to wait. I take his outstretched hand and gently move it back and forth. Regardless of whether it's the past or the present, I've never doubted your heart. That's it? จบแล้วเหรอ ว้าจบแล้ว right okay เย้ครบแล้วใช่ไหมไหนดูสิขาดอะไรอะ chat เหรอ chat with Rafayel อ๋ออันนี้เรียกว่าแชทกับ Rafayel ได้ไหมนะ Is this considered chat? Okay. เหลือ daily task กับ 3,000 stamina โอ้ไม่น่าทัน3 ชั่วโมงไม่น่าทันโอเคนี่ก็ล้างตู้แล้วนะ I think this is already ล้างตู้แล้วเด้อ37ต่อโอเคเย้โอเคแมวหมดแล้วปะนั่นแหละแปวโอเคจบตรงนี้แล้วเราก็ไปที่การ์ดนะคะว้าวอันนี้ไม่มีอะไรเลยเหรอนึกว่าจะมีอ๋อเดี๋ยวฉันว่ามีแป๊บนึงปึ๊บมันมีคำว่าเดทอยู่อะเดทน่าจะ should be มีอีเวนต์เก่าฉันว่ามันมีนี่ไง
You brought several rather special things. Crystals, jade, incense, silverthorn flower extract. Therefore, a love spell? Sure, I'll let you try casting it. You're standing behind me and covering my eyes with a blindfold. This ritual is very elaborate. It's a shame this silk blindfold is ineffective. What I can see is the hazy moonlight, the boundless tide, and the incense you're waving before me. Are you using this oceanic fragrance to guide me? Then it should linger in the appropriate places. From here to here. Until the scent fully permeates your skin. A new step. You put the jade in my palm, and it's dripping in flower extract. A recipe that's potent enough to ignite a god's desire. Come a little closer. I'll give you more of it. The scales on my body, they appear during certain special moments. Such as when a particularly devout offering is presented to me. It's just you and me here. No one will disturb us. So reveal to me your innermost self. You're allowed to touch these scales because your attempt succeeded. And since you've awakened the desire that rests deep within this god's heart, he wants to devour you now.
spicy แซ่บไปเปล่าแม่หยุดก่อนแม่หยุดปึ๊ดแซ่บเกินโอ้ my god คือปิดไมค์เลยอะปิดไมค์นั่งฟังแบบอะไรเนาะโอเคครับนี่สี่ดาวนี่การ์ดอีเวนต์4 ดาวก็แซบอยู่ฉันว่ามันก็ได้อยู่ซ้ายขวาด้วยดิจะกระจี้หูครับโอเคไปไหนต่อทีนี้กูไปไม่ถูกเลยกูแป๊บนึงนะอีกใบหนึ่งคือใบไหนวะใบนี้ไม่ใช่ใบนี้โอเคไปเลยโอเคขออนุญาตปิดไมค์อีกรอบครับ
The more you panic, the more difficult it will be to find your balance in the water. If you keep thrashing, I'll let go. Good. The sea is kind to clever humans. Is being mischievous what your hands are for? Are you scared? This is the lightest punishment you can get for disturbing my rest. The whirlpool only looks scary. When the current arrives, use its power to your advantage
just like this. Go with the flow of the ocean. Surrender yourself to it. It shall carry you to any place you'd like to visit. That's the sunset at the edge of the ocean. Golden seawater. The seawater allows us to view sunlight, which is something we can't see or touch otherwise. The ocean isn't just dark and dangerous. Every wave has its own unique shape, and every tide has its own distinct sound. The ocean has countless forms. It's not any different from the world on land. Did it sting your hand? Curiosity should always be paired with caution. You thought the jellyfish was beautiful? It looks harmless, but its tentacles can hurt. They do possess deadly venom. You won't survive the trip back. I see. You're still afraid of dying. Lift your arm. You want to take a jellyfish with us when we return? No. The sea god's temple already has someone who's practically a jellyfish. I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, so you weren't talking about me. Who were you talking about? ใครวะ jellyfish ใคร
You brought several rather special things.
หยุดสิหยุดก่อน โอเค ของดีห้ามอ่ะแล้ว5 ดาวอ่ะ5 ดาวเป็นไง Give me 5 star เราควรไปเล่นมิดก่อนแล้วเราค่อยมานี้ป่ะ
I was thinking about what to do. It's good that you showed up.
อย่าเพิ่งตอนนี้เซเวียไม่ใช่ตอนนี้เซเวียรอก่อนไม่ใช่ตอนนี้ลูกไปไหนวะเนี่ยงูมือสั่นไปหมดอ๋อนี่หรอยาวเหมือนกันนะก็ยาวอยู่นะ The Black Sea is about to devour the world humanity lost Ark. The city of Romero is perched on a solitary island. There shall be a lunar eclipse.And at the end of the third night, Romero will be annihilated as it sinks below the ocean wave. เมืองจะจมใต้น้ำหรอ The tomb of the sea god, which has foretold all worldly changes, announced the day in which humanity will be submerged during the first night. อ๋ออารมณ์เหมือนแบบ calamity ป่ะแบบวันสิ้นโลกวันสิ้นเมืองวันน้ำท่วมโลกอะไรนั้น
Everyone! Yeah! The sea god
The edge of the harbor, which has suffered years of the sea winds, desperate people push the sea god statue they carved with their own hands into the abyssal waters. Temples have been abandoned, their altars smashed. Precious collection of books and scrolls are naught but ashes and smoke. Over centuries อ่านไม่ทันเลย Everything that associated with him was swallowed by rising tides. It was only a matter of time before they were abandoned and forgotten. The bride of the sea god suffered his fate as well.
The second night is already here. It won't be long until Romero is submerged. It will be just as the prophecy says. The citizenry is mired in unrest. Should this continued chaos will inevitably unfold. My lord, we must find a way to soothe them.
Huh. It's only an eclipse. There's nothing to worry about. In fact, gather all the citizens and tell them. The tome of the sea god has revealed a new prophecy. We must hold the Wavier ritual and have the bride of the sea god make an announcement. Did you hear that? Bride of the sea god.
The god grabs my arm and throws me to the ground. I stare at the intricate patterns that dot the hem of the Castilian robe. The situation is ironic, and it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. In the past, he was a Romero minister whose loyalty to the city was unmatched. Yet he is now a cruel individual after the prophecy appeared in the tome of the sea god. Didn't you say the tome of the sea god spreads lies and leads people astray? Not only it's untrustworthy, but you seal it away in the temple.
These matters are of no concern to you. Romero shall be reborn under the current Castellan. You will make that stone tablet reveal something, and then recite those words.
Everything is at stake here, but you're still obsessed with your power as the Castellan. How pathetic.
Foolish lass. Do you think you still be alive if someone else could converse with the tome of the sea god? Play your part. You know very well what will become of you if you don't.
After hearing the heavy lock behind the door, I'm once again left alone in the tower. Suddenly, Anไม่ทันเลย What the hell?
You're the bride of the sea god. Why are you letting humans mistreat you?
When did he appear? That title is nothing more than a pair of shackles. Why can't you be the groom of me instead? I don't remember when it started. At first, I thought the voice was a hallucination born from my lengthy imprisonment. But time passed, and the seagull brought me seashell with strange pattern. That's when I became certain of his existence. He claimed to be the sea god, but his voice was too youthful, too mysterious. I couldn't trust him. However, I found myself involuntarily anticipating his appearance. If anything, it made my time here a little more bearable. Unlike a person who was fascinated while watching a goldfish in a bowl, he approached me. He tested me, tempted my heart to yearn for freedom as it sat in a pit of despair.
Don't you want to escape? Tonight is your only chance. When the eclipse hangs high and the tides flow back, you only need to remember two things.
What things? What are you talking about? The sea breeze flipped to the tattered page on the table. It stops, and there I see page covered in mysterious, intricate symbols.
The sea god's Summoneo staff, the sea's ritualis hymn. When the time comes, I will answer your call.
Okay, different call. The last traces of his voice are buried by the horn. I look outside to see an anxious crowd gathering under the dilapidated tower. What do you mean? What do you want me to do? Are you still there? Silence falls over the tower. I squeeze my eyes shut and force myself to stay calm. His proposal is too sudden. It could be a trap as well. I'd be foolish not to question it. But even if it's a trap, does it matter? Is there anything more hopeless than being imprisoned here forever? I might as well take this gamble.
Rejoice, everyone!
Atop the tower, Hawkern raises the orbs that symbolize Romero. His gaze sweep over the port, towering embankments and the ships with their black sails.
Do not fear this lunar eclipse. It heralds a new hope, a new future for Romero. We will not crumble under the waves. We've cast aside the sea god and left behind our hall of faith. Now, our centuries of sacrifice have changed the ancient prophecy. You will see the truth with your own eyes.
The sea of people are like ants. They're restless. A god showed me, and I stumbled to the edge of the tower. In that instant, the gaze below me, filled with disgust, fear, anxiety, and cold indifference, pierced me like an arrows. I need to borrow the Submerged staff. My lord, the power within the Tome of Sea God has faded. I need to use the Sea God's Submerged staff to make the prophecy words manifest again.
The Wavier ritual doesn't require a sacred staff. Do not lie to me.
Tonight is the lunar eclipse. Without the Submerged staff to protect us, should any sign resembling calamities appear... I deliberately lower my voice. At the moment lightning tears through the cloud. The sea churns and massive wave crash onto the shore. A moment passes, and the sea god's Submerged staff is old age apparent is given to me. According to him, I need to sing the hymn. I brush away the dust from the staff and raise it towards the Tome of the Sea God. Our silent universe awakened in the faint light where dusk and dawn meet and merge. The young and pure sea god descends upon the first wave surge. The ancient lyric flow from my mouth as the staff slowly traces a totem-like pattern in the air. Suddenly, mysterious singing drifts through the bidding sea wind. With my voice, it echoes from afar. He's here. Good, he didn't lie to me. A slight feeling of relief washes over me as I face the wind and sing even louder. He who commands the cycle of the sun, the moon, and the tides, he who guides soul to rest in the distant realms.
She's singing the sea's Betrayal's hymn! That forbidden song! Guards! Seize her!
The god lunges at me, but the staff emits a dazzling blue light that repels everyone. The sea god wields fire in the darkness. He is a blazing sun who ignites the lost night. Thunder crashes down upon the sea. An enormous wave manifests. Heavy rainfall descends as the storm engulfs all of the Romero. Terror and chaos erupt around me. I clutch at the staff tightly and continue to sing. Until a beam of light appears, it points to something under the towering waves. I brace myself before I leap into the ocean. He said he would greet me, but this is a little too violent for my liking. Black sea water twists into a massive vortex and carries me away. Disoriented, I stop swimming and let my body sink deeper into the ocean's depths. I lost track of time before a magnificent yet ruined structure gradually appears.
You're here at last.
A voice, as cold as frigid sea water, drifts towards me. Ghostly light sweep across the crumbling rooms. Like moonlight, it reflects in my eyes. Before me is a slowly swaying fishtail. It's so magnificent that everything I have ever considered beautiful in my life suddenly feels pain and unremarkable. Plain. A human body with the tail of a fish? And the power to control the ocean? Are you the sea god?
My identity is of little importance.
Several heavy chains are wrapped around his body. Powerful runes, barely visible, keep him immobilized.
I've saved your life. Now then, release the seals that bind me.
Why would the sea god be imprisoned in a place like this?
I could be lying. I can help you. But I can also let you drown in these abyssal waters to keep me company.
If I die, then no one else will save you.
I see you're unaware of what you've awakened.
The legend says sea god has special mark, and I can't read that, it's too fast. Where is that mark? What marks? Wait, where? Now what? The seal on your body incredibly powerful.
Your power alone is no match for these.
Yeah, but I cannot read that. That's
Its
too fast.
scale is as cold as the lonely moon. At dawn, it shall pierce your heart. The sea's ritualis hymn you sang, that is the answer.
What? Aren't you afraid that your scale something? Why it's so fast? Fuck!
No hiding place wherever the sea flows.
Oh อุเทน่ามากเลยอะดึงดาบออกมาจากนี่ไรเดนโชกุนหรือเปล่าอ่านไม่ทัน
This is the mark you
บทเร็วไปไหนก่อน คือแบบช่วยค้างให้กูอ่านก่อนได้เปล่า This power feels familiar.
been searching for. But it was also a seal in another form.
แล้วก็ชงเชงฉับตัดให้ขาดเลยฉับใช่ไหมโอ้อยากกินซาชิมิจังเลย
The voice of the storm. Come to me.
1 2 3จะอ่านทันไหมมาดูกัน
Again. Call out to me from the fathomless depths of the sea. Bestow
Thank you for the information.
vengeance. The sea god's revival has been completed. You've rewritten the fate of these waters. Starting from this moment, you are bound to me. You cannot turn back.
Nice. The storm roar filtered through the sea water and resonate as wail distant songs. My body feels impossible heavy, yet scenes from my dreams gradually comes to focus.
The tome of the sea god cannot be wrong. She is the sea god's bride and our only hope. We need her if Ramiro is to survive. She will be Ramiro's future castellan, protect the land in the sea god's stead, and change the prophecy.
ตกแต่ปู
There's
น่า
still
รัก
over
เชียว
half a year until your coming of age ceremony. Yet the gifts are already piling up. We've run out of space to store them. Everyone truly admires you from the bottom of their hearts, my lady.
เมื่อกี้เหมือนตกได้เซบาสเตียน ก็เป็น Little Mermaid อ่ะ ก็ตกอยู่แล้วก็ได้เซบาสเตียน อันนี้ได้ใครนะ Flounder
She's the sea god's bride and was raised by the Castellan. Her knowledge and abilities are exceptional. She is kind and approachable. A wonderful person deserves all the best things in life.
Look at what our foolish devotion to the sea god brought. Death, disaster, and the prophecy that Romero shall be submerged more quickly. The sea god will never save Romero.
The bride of the sea god is nothing but a farce. She and the sea god will destroy Romero.
They lied to us! Why would you do this? He's a liar! Run, my lady! Don't let them catch you!
Can you hear them? Everyone is asking for you to die. And yet, you're the only one who can communicate with the tome of the sea god. I won't let you suffer a miserable death. I'll spare you so long as you obey me. How does that sound?
That doesn't sound good สวัสดีครับ Little K งานเสร็จดึกอะ มาสปีดรันอีเวนต์ก่อนเวลาหมด I open my eyes. Brilliant white lightning dispels my chaotic nightmare and illuminates the scene before me. Rainwater flows through the window frames. It makes the carving and mural gradually reveal the lifelike faces of gods.
Are you awake?
The sea god looks at me, his beautiful tail having transformed into human legs at an unknown point in time. He can walk on land?
I have prepared a gift for you.
He lifts me up and directs my gaze to the step below. Halkern, his most trusted minister, the tower's guard captain. Those who had bullied and abused me are now on the ground. Bound, they crawl and struggle, their eyes filled with fear and despair.
Their lives are in your hands. Would you like to deal with them one by one?
His hand covers the back of mine. He guides me to raise my hand, and lightning gathers in my palm. เสียงเราเองเตง Little K บอกตกใจทำไมเสียงในเกมเหมือนเลยดิเขาไม่มีเสียงพากย์ตัวเอกไงเราก็เลยแบบได้มูดอยู่เนาะได้ฟีลอยู่ Debris scatters and the castellan crown clatters to the ground. The puddles on the floor bloom in crimson.
Or would you rather finish them all at once?
My palm is quickly held again. Out of nowhere, raging waves rise in the center of the temple and engulf everyone. Watching them struggle as they suffocate, I feel a sense of satisfaction. However, an indescribable emotion wells up. The sea god already has a terrible reputation. Will this make the people hate you more?
Lower your hand then.
I pause before I hold his hand even tighter. I hear him chuckle as the illusory wave shimmers with rippling light to reflect a cold emptiness in his eyes.
The faith of humans is nothing more than self-interest. They worship when they need something, and curse when they don't get what they want. Why should I care about reputations?
As if he had his fill of watching their death throes, he released my hand, the water vanished.
They claimed I've abandoned this world. Very well. I'll let them be a witness to true annihilation.
Oh.
This is only the beginning. Don't you dare become merciful too swiftly.
Yeah, baby, we gonna destroy the world together. Let's go. แหมเสียงพากย์ในเกมไม่สวยขนาดนี้เสียงสวยขนาดนี้เลยดีแน่นอนโอ้ยบ้าจังเมื่อไหร่จะมีใครจ้างไปแบบว่าไว้เสียง Official Game สักทีนะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย You're overthinking it. I would never. The dying Castellan struggled to prop himself up. His gaze burned with a fury that could shoot flame.
You, if it weren't for me, you would have been executed. How dare you repay my kindness with betrayal?
Kindness my ass. When did you were kind to me again? Question mark. So the lamb, penned for slaughter, is obligated to thank the butcher. You're insane. I pick up a sword from the ground and hurl it at him. The blade stabs his shoulder blade. Nice.
Ah! Don't forget, your life is still in my hands. If I die, you will be cursed to perish in agony.
Then we'll die together. Does it look like I'm scared? A swift death is better than living as a cage bird forever.
A curse.
The sea god lifts my shin and strokes my cheek. Tentacle-like bluish-green runes slowly appear.
You're referring to these crude patterns?
He curled his fingertip. His movements are gentle, yet the runes are being torn away from my cheeks. It hurts.
Stay still. Indeed, it's an ancient curse, but it's far too weak to control my bride. Close your eyes.
Close your eyes, give me your hand, darling. Do you hear my heart beating? Oh, คนละเรื่อง I hear an eerie sound as something is destroyed with the pain.
What a terrible attempt of a trick. สาธุเลยครับ สปอนเข้าได้นะครับ
When I open my eyes again, wave of murky mist still linger in the air. Nearby, the castellan is suspended in midair. A water tendril tightens around his throat.
These magics can't be wielded by humans. Tell me where you found it.
What right do you have to judge me?
I won't tell you anything. You don't need to worry about asking again either.
Aren't you a god? Why are you destroying everything? Lemuria, Whalefall City. Now you want to destroy this island.
Lemuria? Didn't the legend say the sea god lived there? In the sky, golden lighting freezes. Dark color waves surge when the water recedes. The castellan something. I cannot read it on time. Where have you taken them?
They're in a more appropriate place.
Why didn't you just heal Halkern? A bloodstained crown flies into his hand.
You were imprisoned in his cage. How many years?
It's been a long time, I don't remember.
If the hatred from that time could be offset by him dying instantly, I would happily grant your wish at this very moment.
You wouldn't offer me a gift without reason. What is it that you want? Tell me.
You are my bride, aren't you?
He touched the pearl in my hair before he lowered his gaze.
Removing unsavory elements from my bride's life is my duty.
As I debate whether I should confront him or try to extract information more subtly, a thunderous crash resounded outside the window. The storm has destroyed a distant embankment. Seawater rushes in like a roaring beast as it flows directly into the city. What is happening? This is the only second night. Romero shouldn't be sinking now. The tomb of the sea god has been returned to the temple. I run there and I'm shocked that the words of the prophecy are emitting faint glow.
This future was predetermined long ago. Whether it's the second or third night makes little difference. You knew this day would come. Why are you surprised?
I've only just completed my escape and I have yet to taste a day of freedom. I don't want to die like this. If I perish along with Romero, you'll be the sea god with something.
You are my bride. Of course I want you to live a long life. But it hasn't been long since I was awakened. My powers haven't fully returned yet. I have the will, but not the strength.
ทำไมบางจุดมันเร็วบางจุดมันช้าบางจุดมันไม่ให้เรา forward บางจุดมันก็สกิปไปเองอะไรของมันวะนี่ไม่ได้กดออโต้นะเนี่ยอะไรเอ่ย
Why don't you tell me your other wishes? I'll try my best to fulfill them for you.
What if you regain your powers?
Give me your hand.
A cold glint flashes as he cuts both our palm. He intertwines his fingers with mine, and our blood mixes. It drips into the tomb of the sea god. Golden light rises from the tomb of sea god like threads of silk. They unfurl in midair and weave together to form poetic words. Lemurian, who seek absolute power, combat the treacherous tides, dive into the deep for pearls, and find a true love. Ah, there were hidden prophecy in the tome? It makes sense now, despite the fact that I've conversed with the Tome of Sea God many times. I could only decipher fragments and incomplete phrases. Yet, what's more shocking is the meaning contained in these words. I struggle to grasp the most crucial line. To find a true love? That means... The sea god appeared more composed as he raised his hand to brush away the text and heal the wound. The wound on my hand? The wound, the wound.
You already know the answer, my beloved bride.
You don't look like you love me though. You kind of look annoyed. You knew you need me to restore your power. That's why you gave me those gifts. Political marriage, Sina.
You're more clever than the humans I'm familiar with.
Now that I understand his intention, I feel oddly relieved. According to the tome, you'll regain your power and stop the sea from swallowing Romero if we fall in love?
As things stand, this is your only option.
But falling in love doesn't happen instantly. All the while, the threat of this land sinking below the waves loom over us. จูบเลย รออะไร Mustering up some courage, I wrapped my hand around his neck and kissed him without any hesitation. A god's lips are warm. Before he can recover from his surprise, I quickly pulled away. Well, has your power been restored? Even just partly? He grabbed my arm, pulled me close, and bent down to return my kiss. The intensity...
A simple kiss is far from what anyone would call love.
Fuck, I did not read that. It's still better than sitting and waiting for death.
As long as I'm here, death wouldn't dare to visit you. Do you remember how you awakened me?
The Summoner staff and the sea rituals hymn. He places the staff in my hand. I'm not sure when or how he got it. จูบปลาเหรอ ให้นึกถึงตอนกินซูชิก็พอมั้ง
This can temporarily awaken some of my powers, but we need one more thing to stop the storm.
He turns over my hand as he traces letter on my palm. I can't help but open my mouth. Rafayel?
Remember it. That is my name. Recite my name in your heart with the utmost devotion. Then, sing the hymn for me once more.
We suddenly dive into the storm and his legs transform into a brilliant fishtail as he soars above the terrifying waves. The Summoner staff emit a light to accompany my song. I sing with all my strength and stare at his finger. Ooh ee ah, ooh ee ah. He glides along the top of the waves, lighting from the tip of his tidebreaker. Trident strikers the heavy storm clouds. Steams of golden light swirl across the sea surface. The rain stops and the wind ceases as the subdued tides transform into millions of transparent fish. They stir up and gravel as they slowly retreat into the deep sea. At the base of the damaged statue, people kneel in the muddy water, yet they see the sun rising behind the sea god. He turns around. His gaze passes through the lingering mist and lands on me. Well, this is fun. I do want to know what happened next. Shazam. Hawkern and his henchmen are imprisoned in a water cage that's under a waterfall. They receive my thorough care. I know that Rafayel didn't spare Hawkern just to let me have my revenge. For him, Hawkern might have some value. I tried to ask him about it, but Rafayel wouldn't give me an answer. As the heir to the previous Castellan, I become the new ruler of Romero. Unexpectedly, some rumors begin to spread throughout the city. The sea god bride awakened him. Now he carry out her orders without question. If she can command the sea god to calm the storm during the eclipse, then surely she can command him to drown Romero. She put 12 renowned sea snakes in the water prison. They drink the former Castellan blood every day, and the water below Molson Waterfall is now bright red. I pay no attention to their gossip. After all, I have no interest in ruling a city that once abandoned me. What matters is that I must fall in love with Rafayel.
Your Highness, the harbor repairs?
Deal with it yourself.
Your Highness, the city plans to erect several new statues of the sea god.
You don't need to ask for my permission. After shutting out those annoying voices, I search for the temple, if there's any sign of Rafayel at all. This place has become the sea god's residence. To fall in love with him sooner, I spent most of my time here. The problem is he's always somewhere else. How am I supposed to fall in love with him? What is this?
You forgot about the scale already?
The scale I held in my hand has transformed into a blue seashell. It now hangs from a delicate silvery white chain. Is this a token of affection?
At the very least, it's not a token of hatred.
The necklace is put around my neck, and the seashell is like a crystalline mark over my heart.
Keep it safe. It's a piece of my heart.
สวัสดี
It
ค
will
รับ
let me know where you are and what you're doing.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ He can't track my every move, but I have no idea what he's up to. It's not exactly fair. In the center of the temple, several spring coverage into a deep, mysterious pool. The water churns, and the current with the white sea foam are connected to the deep sea. Around the pool stand 12 broken statues, their damaged torso holding candle holders of solidified whale oil. Their heads are solemnly lowered towards me. He took the time to build the pool. I've learned something. However, he likes to soak in the water. Bored. I pick up a few silver leaves from nearby box and skip them. They bounces across the water. I don't know if the citizenry is trying to curry favor with Rafayel and me, but people have sent numerous gifts while keeping their distance. Is he not here? There's no response. Under the water, I'm about to give up when I catch a glimpse of an unusual light flashing below the surface. Curiosity compels me to dive into the water to get a closer look. And I did not catch
It's
the last
impolite
part.
to enter my bedchamber without greeting me first.
Ahem. Rafayel floats to the surface, his long hair spreading out along the water surface. I can barely see his tail. It's like a streak of cold yet beautiful multicolored sunlight you'd see during a sunrise or a sunset. I supervised the renovation of this temple when I was 15. If anything, this place should be mine.
You are correct. I shouldn't have stopped you.
He tries to drag me into the water, and churning current instantly transform into ferocious something. Holy shit, I cannot read that part. Ferocious beast. Ah! It approaches me with its open maw. I use his momentum to grab his arms, quickly wrap my arms around his neck before the water engulfed me. Ah! It's cold!
Yes, and you could have avoided this.
I was afraid you would vanish again when I wasn't looking. How we are supposed to learn more about each other and fall in love if you're not here?
Is clinging to me like an octopus part of your plan to fall in love with me?
Cuddling can be used to gain affection, but there's also another reason. A cold water droplet slide across the tip of my nose. I sneeze multiple times. Achoo!
Why are you so delicate?
The water in your bedchamber is too cold. Why is it freezing?
Is there a problem? Only humans have a habit of parboiling themselves.
It's called taking a hot bath. Achoo! Nian. The current carries us to the shore. Rafayel's tails transform into a pair of legs. He steps onto stone tile inlaid with seashells.
You say you don't want to die, and yet you jump into frigid waters. Your desire to survive is rather wanting.
You say you need to fall in love with me, and yet you're nowhere to be found. Do you actually want to get your powers back?
I never believed an intangible emotion such as love could serve a purpose.
He sets me down as a ball of flame rises from his palm. I flinch and pull away, but he places it in my hand. It's not burning? And it's warm? Why do you have to be so edgy?
Are you no longer afraid?
He creates a several more sphere of fire and uses them to dry my hair and clothes until they're comfortably warm.
I'm only following the tome's revelations because I don't have an alternative. I won't fall in love with you. It doesn't matter how close you get.
Don't worry, I'm just trying to survive. Don't misunderstand and think I actually have feelings for you. I play with the ball of fire in my hands and toss it around. The dancing flame casts a softness across Rafayel's face that doesn't suit him. He sits beside me on the stone step and carefully examines the ornate boxes. These are gifts from the citizenry. They want to thank you for saving them from the storm that night.
These aren't gifts. They're displays of submission for the sake of self-preservation. They despise you, and then they coddle you like a babe in swaddling clothes. Faith, devotion, all of it is hypocrisy.
Did you just call me babe? Okay, that's not it. You don't seem to be furious, though.
And you've entertained yourself by skipping those silver leaves. Why should I be angry?
They belong to you. Keep what you like and throw away the gifts you dislike.
I'm not interested in insincere offerings.
Well, I have something that should interest you. I walked to the tomb and retrieved the Summoneo staff that was hiding behind it. It used to be yours, yes. Now yours again.
You are its rightful owner.
What? He gestured for me to look at the ruby on the staff. There's a strange, distinctive mark to it.
It's your name written in the Lemurian language. It belonged to me, but it seems I gave it to you. So it's yours now.
I don't remember that.
What a coincidence. I don't remember it happening either. Perchance it was before my long slumber, or it happened in a more distant past. In any case, it's of no significance.
The staff feels heavy. I place it next to the tomb of the sea god. Why would you give me your precious staff?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I liked you.
Huh? Maybe my expression was too incredulous because he starts laughing. Incredulous? Incredulous? Too incredulous? The fuck is this English? English.
You don't want us to be smitten with each other? If anything, you don't seem all too pleased with the fact that I liked you before.
I just can't imagine you genuinely falling in love with a human. But if we truly had feelings for each other in the past, then falling in love again might not be so difficult. What should I fall in love with? If I only admire his appearance, then we'd have an unstable foundation.
Your thoughts are impolite, I presume.
I was thinking about the god I'm supposed to fall in love with. I'm wondering what his character is. For example, I'd like to learn about his likes, his dislikes, his strength, his flaws.
If you knew those despicable aspects and flaws, would you still fall in love?
They say that if someone can accept even your most awful aspect, then it's true love. It touches the soul.
In other words, an ignorant, foolish impulse.
For the sake of survival, I'm willing to sacrifice some rationality.
It's not difficult for you to discover what kind of god I am.
You're godly annoying. He moved closer and lifted the seashell hanging around my neck.
When the next full moon arrives, you will find the answer you seek.
What do you mean? Rafayel sinks into the pool, which caused water to splash everywhere. He waved at me unhurriedly before vanishing into the blink of an eye. Right. Answer with no answer. Cool. Night fog blankets the wilderness. Grayish-white blades of grass rise past my ankles. Short trees are scattered about, and their gnarled branches stretch in my direction. Why do you... What the words the fuck is this? The necklace seashell emits a soft glow. It guides me out of the city and into a dense forest at the foot of the Mount Onyuna. This actually Stardew Valley's core. You know, they give seashells to get married, right? The seashell as a proposal. Maybe Romero is actually Stardew Valley. No, I'm just being the Lulu. What's that sound? I quickened my pace. Exceptionally bright moonlight filtered through the trees and illuminates ruins covered in gray-green moss. Rafayel stands in the center of the area. Water flows from his hand to lift broken stones. They're pieced together in mid-air. I continue to tiptoe and then... Ha!
I heard you breathing earlier. Who do you think you're trying to scare, mortal?
You brought me here in the middle of the night just so I could watch you build a house? I recognize these as the oldest ruin of the island, but no one knows their origins.
Correct. Come closer. You're in the way.
Still uncertain, I move to the side. More stone bricks float upward and assemble themselves into a wall covered with fragmented inscriptions.
His blood surged to form the oceans. His scales transformed into the stars above. His bones became the whales who bore the sun disk, the moon clams that measure time, the coral bridges that lead to the netherworld.
That's the creation myth for how the sea god founded Lemuria. Are these runes connected to the sea god?
This place is part of the Island of Songs.
I furrow my brows. How strange. The names sound familiar, but I can't remember anything about it. As I'm in deep thought, more stone rises with flowing water. They connect the broken walls and ruin to gradually form a shrine. The full moon hangs above like a bright pearl set in the center of an accessory. It illuminates fragments of the temple former glory.
It preserved Lemuria's history, as well as the important chronicles of every sea god. The sea god you want to learn about is here.
These are the stories about sea god, but they're not the story of Rafayel.
There's no difference. One day, I will become another sea god who's depicted here. The name Rafayel shall be forgotten.
He tilted his head back as if he used somewhat real yet illusory fragment to search for pieces of his memory. That doesn't sound like a good thing.
Yet you want me to get my powers back, so I can ascend and become a true sea god.
You're not wrong. The flowing water gradually disperses, and the shrine crumbles apart once more. It has returned to it being ruins. What about you? After you regain your powers, what do you want to do?
I'll start with finding the person who sealed me away at the bottom of the sea.
Do you remember who it was?
I will eventually.
Right, so you don't. Empathetic, I nod. I know what it feels like to lose your freedom. You were sealed away for so long, you must really hate that person.
They aren't even worthy of my rancor. However, I won't let them go unpunished.
He glances at the moon before walking into the dense forest. I hurriedly catch up to him. There's one thing I still don't understand. You forgot who sealed you away. How do you know that I can break your seal?
You are the sea god's bride. You're the only one I would choose. And you were the only person I could sense when I was sealed away.
As he says this, a cryptic smile suddenly appeared in his face.
It was ironic. I first heard your voice as you slandered me.
Huh?
You said the tome was worthless since it couldn't find the sea god. However, it somehow revealed the location of his bride, so you were captured and forced to suffer. You said I abandoned my bride, played with whatever caught my fancy, and questioned I was worse than a sea cucumber.
Worse than a sea cucumber, I see.
Also,
did you hear everything? You're making up nonsense. I have never insulted you. I argue while frantically trying to think. However, I have insulted him a few times.
I eventually realized that when you talked to yourself or slandered me, it meant you were in good spirits. And if there were days when you were very quiet, I could also guess what you were going through.
You really like watching people in secret, huh? Such a creep. Don't stop me.
That's an incorrect assumption. I only see you.
I see you're obsessed with me. Oh my gosh. We had wandered into the shore without realizing it. Moonlight cast shimmering glow across the sea surface. Blurry distant stars sparkle where the ocean meets the sky.
What is it?
It's to stop you from jumping into the water and vanishing again.
Holding my hand won't be enough.
If you keep disappearing, it'll be hard for me to fall in love with you. You should at least tell me what you're doing and where you're going.
Would you like to accompany me this time?
He raises his hand and the moonlight condenses into a strand of silver thread as his fingertips then it descend onto the sea surface. Every steam immediately become visible in the water reflection. They follow the moonlight coil around his cupped hand and dance.
The perfect opportunity is right in front of you.
He released the strand of moonlight and made a gesture with his hand that resembled a flying bird. He whistled and the sound lingers. Then an enormous white skeleton rises from the sea. What the fuck? A whale? It reminds me of a fish with large fin. The creature swiftly cuts through the sea mist and appeared before me.
Are you scared?
Not at all. Don't underestimate me. But as soon as I step forward, I find myself at a loss. I'm unsure of how to approach this skeletal creature. I feel a sense of weightlessness as Rafayel places me directly on the creature's back. His legs then transform into a tail and he swims into the ocean.
Hold on tight. Should you fall, I won't save you again.
Right, very dependable. My husband, huh? Man, this is like political marriage for real, for real. Rafayel swims through the inky black water. Silvery light breaks into pearls that flows along his tail. Close behind it, the skeletal creature that's carrying me. Is this your friend, Rafayel?
Despite being nothing but bones, it tried to eat me when we first met. Is that what friends do?
I'd say it's more of a hungry friend. As if it understood what I said. It suddenly whips its tails in an attempt to throw me off. I quickly grab onto what was once his dorsal fin.
The Fantasia shark is very temperamental. I advise you not to provoke it. If you throw caution to the wind, it'll reduce you to a pile of bones with just a few bites.
Hi there,
Its species
first chatter.
died along with Lemuria. I have no idea where this one came from.
Could it actually be your friend from before you went to sleep, I mean? The Fantasia shark raises its head and makes an almost inaudible sound. Then it quietly swims closer to Rafayel.
Maybe. I caught glimpses of its shadow in Whalefall City.
According to the legends, it was the most magnificent and beautiful place in all of Lemuria. Sorrow and suffering doesn't exist there.
Humans and their myths have never shied away from exaggeration.
Right.
I don't remember what Whalefall City looked like. Only when the sea god's power is restored can all slumbering Lemurians be awakened. And then Whalefall City shall return to this world.
I see. That's good. You have a homeland worth longing for.
You're implying that yours isn't.
It abandoned me first. Not wanting to continue this conversation, I pretend to admire the fantasy shark. After a moment, an idea appeared in my mind. Rafayel, come here. I want to give you a gift. But just so you're aware, I haven't done this in a long time. It might not work.
I should keep my expectations low then?
Despite saying that, he raises his hand and uses the rising wave to sit down beside me. I take a deep breath, concentrating on the palm of my hand, and then gently place it on the fantasy shark head. Is that the head? In the darkness, a faint power slowly awakens. It cautiously moves towards me bit by bit. I relax my breathing and try to become part of the power. I capture every subtle change. I can sense it. A gentle radiance spread out from the fantasy shark. Layers of blue tint, the sea water, and faintly reveal the silhouette of a city. While indistinct, it's beautiful and magnificent from its still visible. I thought this fantasy shark misses Whalefall City too, so I tried to resonate with it. Did that bring back any memories? Hi, Puffin, welcome home. Rafayel doesn't say a word until the water turns black once more. I'm forced to break this strange silence. I didn't expect it to work though. I haven't resonated in a long time, and I only use it to help others find lost crabs and turtles.
Thank you.
What?
You helped me see Whalefall City. I'm expressing my gratitude.
You're welcome. The moon has disappeared into a sea fog descent with a heavy clouds. They engulf our surroundings. As the fog grows thicker, my doubts continue to take root in the depth of my heart. You still haven't told me where we're going, Rafayel.
We'll arrive at our destination once the fog clears.
But just as I'm about to press for more detail, I suddenly feel like my mind being enshrouded by fog. My consciousness becomes heavy. Something's wrong with this fog.
The fog is as it should be.
Oh.
All you need to do is close your eyes and get some rest while you can.
Uh-oh. When did I fall asleep?
Did you get enough rest?
Huh? How long was I asleep? Wait, where am I? The surrounding sea water surges violently. It rushes within the force of 1,000 avalanches towards a massive oceanic abyss. It's like a crack between heaven and earth. It seems as if the entire ocean is about to collapse. The thunderous roar is so deafening that it makes my ear hurt, and a sense of foreboding watch over me. Rafayel, please don't tell me we're going there.
I thought you were eager to help me get my powers back. This is what the Tome of the Sea God means by combat the treacherous tides.
Now I understand what he meant when he said opportunity. Is it too late for me to change my mind?
What do you think?
I sigh. I resign myself to the fate of, as I hold him tightly, close my eyes, and allow him to take me into bottomless oceanic abyss. As my dizziness subsides, I can still hear the massive wave crashing above us. Everything around me is still enshrouded in darkness. My survival instinct make me grip Rafayel's shoulder tightly. Is it over?
It's only the beginning.
Huh? He held me close as we continue swimming toward the greater depth. After what feels like an eternity, our feet finally touch a flat seabed. Dark blue flames ignite, one after another in the distance. They move in our direction and reveal an ancient, magnificent plaza. In the center stands a stone gate with multiple heavy chains. Each one extends to a tall stone statue that anchors in its place. The Lemurians have a lot of rooms.
This is the sea god's tomb. Each stone statue below represents a sea god who has perished.
I hope you didn't bring me here just so we could be buried together. สวัสดีครับเมฆ welcome ครับ
Don't worry. That day is still tens of thousands of years away.
He shoots lightning from his fingertips and it hits one of the guardian statues.
Stop pretending. I know you can hear me.
Young sea god, I've already told you. The bond's mark that is etched into your soul is never complete. You cannot enter the sea god's tomb, let alone reforge the Tidebreaker trident.
I've already brought the owner of that mark.
Even when I'm pushed forward, I'm still trying to figure it out what this bond mark is.
If we're together, wouldn't that make it complete?
You are correct.
The statue slowly turns towards me.
To awaken the sea god, you must traverse the 33 levels of the sea god's tomb to reach its depths, and to offer the Tidebreaker trident on the altar. Once the trial is complete, you can reclaim the sea god's power.
Combining Rafayel's word with the statue, I realize what's happening. There are statues representing past sea gods in each level of the tomb. Does that mean we need to defeat all of them? Then you'll be able to complete the trial and regain your powers?
Are you scared?
No, I'm not. Dying here is no different from dying in Romero. If we succeed, my chance of living a long life will increase.
Take back those pessimistic words. It's not if we succeed. It's when we succeed. Leave everything to me. You just have to do one thing.
Which is?
Don't die.
Right. Very simple. Very easy, bitch. The Tidebreaker trident materialized in Rafayel's hand as he walked to the stone gate. I take a deep breath and summon a silver sword.
Let's begin.
The stone statues slowly pull away the heavy chains. Layer upon layer of seals are revealed, one after another, and the seabed begins to shake violently.
The key to passing this trial isn't to defeat the statues.
Huh? He suddenly pulled me close, lowered his voice, and enigmatic mirth flickers in the depth of his gaze.
It's related to reaching the altar.
As soon as a gap appears in the stone gate, Rafayel swings his trident and creates a maelstrom. It sweeps us up and propels us through the entrance. Lightning flashes and sparks flies as he shoots into the first level like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, a sea god statue is slowly emerging from an enormous stone niche.
Young sea god.
Lightning strikes and catches the statue off guard. It's knocked back into the stone niche. Rafayel doesn't linger. He rides the current into the second level and unleashes another lightning bolt without hesitation. Chaos surrounds us as an unprecedented scorching heat radiates from Raphael's body, yet his gaze remains exceptionally sharp and composed. The stone statues are either knocked back before they can fully emerge or slow in their hopeless pursuit of us. Duck! Quack! I swing my sword to cut down several corals, arrow flying towards us, only to feel something. I cannot reach that. It was too fast. Like blazing flame, Raphael turns the entire sea god's tomb upside down.
Done.
I'm not done. Why is it too fast? With lightning speed, he unleashed the Tiebreaker Trident, and a radiant brilliance akin of daylight fills the sea god's tomb. Now it let me read. What is happening to the previous few things? Why? What the fuck?
What is the meaning of this? Why is the latest incarnation of the sea god so disrespectful?
Well done. A young god should have a young god's vitality.
This won't do. We need to add a new rule. Shortcuts are not allowed. Otherwise, my ancient stones will crumble to pieces.
How is it over already? I finally got a chance to stretch my muscles, but I haven't even made my grand entrance yet.
The surrounding claymore fades, a hazy thread of light gradually... Fuck, where did it go? Bruh.
He who desires
the
true
okay,
godhood,
sorry.
the
That was funny though.
deep sea shall inscribe your name.
Right? That's the sound of the
I
altar.
shall cleanse thy body, temper thy weapons, and restore thy lost memories.
Accompanied by mysterious chanting, a warm power surrounds me, something reminiscent of flowing sand surged before my eyes. A familiar voice resounds in my ears.
In Lemuria, a bond best represents an everlasting vow and oath. When you offer the sincerest form of worship from the depths of your soul, my soul will be branded with your mark. I will be unable to defy you, and once a bond is formed, it shall never disappear. No matter where you are, or what form you take, I will always be able to find you and recognize you.
It's Raphael's voice. Unconsciously, I reach out my hand and touch a face that is familiar, yet somehow not. His eyes still shine with the beauty of dawn glow. However, his smile is more carefree and unrestrained, and as bright as the clearest sea water. But in the next moment, the warmth in his eyes gradually fades. As his body sinks back into the black sea water, only the mark below his collarbone faintly glows. The Lemurian Covenant, the Lemurian Covenant I promised you.
Hmm? What did you promise?
I offer you my heart. I'm willing to give you my heart. The sincerest worship. That's my sincerest form of worship. I'm willing to have your very being etched, engraved onto my soul. In a trance-like state, I hear myself saying familiar wow, yet every word seems comes from the depths of my heart.
I gave you my heart.
Takes my hand and places it against the glowing mark. Everything is clear to me. Before you fell into the deep slumber, we had formed a Lemurian covenant. That's why I'm the bride of the sea god. Those thread of light gradually melt away. The sea water is cold again, and the atmosphere is somewhat awkward.
A Lemurian covenant can only be forged when both parties are willing. So, you voluntarily became my bride. It had nothing to do with the tome of the sea god. Don't forget to apologize to it after we get back.
I realize he's teasing me about the time I called the tome wordless. My ear burns with embarrassment as I clear my throat. You must recognize our bond a long time ago. You just didn't tell me, huh?
It only represents the past, and now it means nothing to us.
The tempered tidebreaker trident returned to his hand. Rafayel turns around, his tail emanating a more vivid and sharp radiance. Within his body, a portion of the sea god's power has been awakened. So, you don't want to expose your weakness? We know our bond means it can command you. You don't want to expose this weakness, do you? In that case, I should carefully consider the best way to utilize it. He ignores my provocation and grabs my arms to swim upwards, but then he stops.
You're hurt.
I follow his gaze to look at my back, but I don't see anything and don't feel any pain. I think it's just a minor wound.
It's not. You need to return to Romero immediately.
What is he talking about? Hold on. My phone battery is dying, people. My phone battery is dying. I need to charge. What? Rafayel brings me back to the surface, and the fantasy shark carry us to Romero.
Loosen your clothes. I need to treat your wound immediately.
Is it that bad? It doesn't hurt. Rafayel holds my shoulder with one hand and places his other hand on the back of my neck. Warm power emanates from his palm. Ah, it hurts! A pain from deep within my bones erupts, and hate straight from my heart. It's so intense I almost fall into the sea. Turning my head, I finally see the wound. But it's not a bloody gash. It resembles some strange floral pattern.
It's not working.
Stop! You're making the pain worse. Yet, long after Rafayel stops, the pain doesn't subside. I break into a cold sweat, and the drop reached my eyes. They triggered another kind of sharp pain.
Hang in there. Once the fog clears, you'll feel better.
Rafayel, I need a favor. I groggily lift my eyelid as I rest on his lap. There are rumors. They say the sea god song can enchant people's hearts and make them lose themselves in illusion. Could you possibly...
Don't believe baseless rumors anymore.
Can you try? I'll use a bond and... A melody is played on a flute. It flows across the rippling, glittering sea and gently falls into my ears. It's unfamiliar yet captivating. As it guides me, I descend into a magnificent dream. I try to memorize every note it flows. I don't acknowledge the pain anymore. Guided by the rhythmic sound of the wave and this melody, I slowly close my eyes once again. We're halfway there. เหมือนดูหนังเรื่องนึงเลยอะ It's like a movie, you know. After returning to Romero, Rafayel immediately confines me to the temple. He requests that I don't go outside until my wound has fully healed. Although I don't understand why he's being excessively cautious, he stays in Romero. It's a pleasant surprise. However, the wound on my back often makes me disoriented. Sometimes I can hear faint crackling sound deep within my spines. It's as if there's a fish nibbling on corals. Maybe more apt description would be how it felt similar to seawater washing over new scales. At other times, I'm fully conscious, yet somehow unable to open my eyes. However, there is one thing I remember clearly. Whenever I curl up into a ball because of the searing pain, the sound of a flute drifts into my ears and numb my suffering. As soon after, I drift back into a soft, peaceful sleep. While we were away from Romero, something rather significant happened. Håkon, the former castellan, has escaped from the water prison. Uh-oh.
We've already dispatched a group to search the entire city. As soon as they find something, I'll make a report.
Ouch. Peya, the lady-in-waiting, immediately falls silent outside the curtain. I hold back a gasp and turn to glance at Rafayel. He's applying medicine to my body. Wah. Since he hears about Håkon's escape, he has remained unfazed. There's not even a trace of anger or displeasure on his face. I'll deal with this myself. Call back the people you've sent out. There's no need to search anymore.
Yes, Your Highness.
When I wave my hand, Peya quickly retreat as if she'd just been pardoned from an execution. You let him escape.
Beasts of the deep only bare their real fangs when facing death. Humans are no exception. Making him believe he still has a glimmer of hope will force him to reveal his plans.
Aren't you afraid he might have a secret weapon or something?
You should be prioritizing your health.
He applies a slight pressure with his hand. I subconsciously try to pull away from the pain, but he grabs my shoulder and presses me back onto bed. Oh.
This ointment is made from gold feather algae. It's the best medicine for wounds in Lemuria. Stay still if you want to be hale and hearty again.
Then be gentler.
I am being gentle. Are human bodies so fragile that they can't withstand a tiny amount of pressure?
Yet he still lingers his touch as he applied the medicine, his cool finger gliding down along my spine.
I could call for that lady-in-waiting and have her take care of you instead.
No, you're doing well. I like it when you look after me. His face betrays nothing. However, in the dim lighting, I noticed the tiny scale rising subtly on his neck. I see. He likes being praised. I quietly take note of this small discovery. Praise King, praise King, praise King. That night, I develop a fever again. It often happens during these past few days. Rafayel says this means my wound is healing, but feeling dizzy with a parched throat is still a miserable experience. Rafayel, could you lend me your tail to cool down again? แหม่เสียงนี่เหมือนเลย
No, we agreed that last night would be the last time.
เหมือนป่วยจริงก็ป่วยจริง Through the translucent curtains, I can see him lazily soaking in the pool, his tail creating ripples across the water surface. It's not like I'll do anything, I just want to lean against it for a bit.
Whose fever became so severe the last time that she thought she was eating fish.
Guilty. I close my mouth. The heat inside my body is still making me miserable, though. Yeah, use the covenant. I'll use your bond if you don't obey
Go
me.
ahead.
Obey me? Oh boy. I'll call upon the power of our covenant. Lend me your tail, Rafayel. The sound of water easily ripples as Rafayel unhurriedly brushes aside his long hair. Do I need to recite an incantation? Rafayel, Rafayel, heed my words. I try every phrase I can think of. None of them works, and I'm left with my even drier mouth. As I fret, he unceremoniously taps.
Lemuria's most sacred bond can't possibly work when you mock it.
Bro, why does it skip like that?
Calm down. Focus on resting.
But in the end, he gives in. His tail is cool to the touch as I rest my head on it, and I meet his lowered gaze. How much longer do I have to wait for my wound to heal?
You'll make a full recovery soon.
The mirror beside me reflects a flash of red, and I see the floral pattern. It's slowly fading, but it has left behind a jagged, frightening marks. The voices I heard have become different. As first, sounds I usually ignore suddenly become louder. Bubbles popping, finger brushing against surface, heartbeat rising and falling. Then the sound of churning seawater become increasingly clear in my ears. Even though the temple is far away from the beach, I can still hear the movement of the tide. Why are you so concerned about this injury?
It will make you more like a Lemurian. Your senses become heightened, so you'll be able to hear the call of the most distant oceans and see extraordinarily vibrant colors.
He absent-mindedly run his finger through my hair.
But you are a human. You'll become an outcast on land. Then you'll be unable to hear any sounds unless they're in the ocean. You won't see any colors unless they belong to the sea. Your legs will become too weak to walk on land, and you'll suffer. Seawater will flood your mouth and nose and rise in your throat. In the end, you'll drown on dry land. It doesn't look like you're afraid.
Because you'll keep me alive. You will, yes? He laughs softly, feels my forehead, then picks up a cup of water. He helps me drink it.
If you try to make excuses again tomorrow, there's no guarantee.
As I slowly recover, Romero's short summer arrives. The scent of flowers, which had been absent, permeates the wind. Permeates? What is permeates? At night, I climb to the roof of the temple and look at the port. The people are setting up a tall platform for bonfire. Perhaps they're preparing for the Sea Gratis Festival, once again centuries later, to express their reverence for the sea god. It was once Romero granted festival. People would thank the sea god and pray for his blessing and protection. I already know that Rafayel has no interest in frivolous festival.
You're still injured.
I know, so I didn't leave the temple. I pat the spot beside me and invite him to sit down. Then I return my attention to the conch in my hand.
It sounds terrible.
He twirls the flute in his hand and unceremoniously taps the top of my head with it.
That's not how you play it. If the conch shell could express emotion, it would have already died of embarrassment.
Wow, then teach me how to play it properly. I like that song.
Why?
It might be because whenever I hear you play it, all my pain disappears. Just as no one dares to approach the temple without a good reason, no one dares to go near the tower that once imprisoned me. I thought escaping from the tower would make me feel better, but I guess not.
Your cage isn't in that tower. You can't leave the temple or the tower. You're afraid of losing the freedom to go where you please. Once your wound heals, nothing will be able to restrain you.
The conch shell is taken from my hand as Rafayel brings it to his lips. He's testing it out.
Listen carefully if you want to learn.
The melodious tune rises and it mingles with the evening breeze and moonlight before floating away. I lean against Raphael's shoulder and let the vibration from his chest seep into my bones.
This island, this entire region, shouldn't be unconquerable obstacles in your search for freedom. No matter how many identities Romero's people bestow upon you, you aren't obligated to fulfill them. You need to be willing to accept those roles.
One of those identities is Bride of the Sea God. What if I don't want to be her?
Then don't be.
But I feel a bit reluctant to just let it go. I let out a long sigh and I gaze at the lights that extend from around the temple to distant places. I used to love Romero. I want to protect it forever and save it from the prophecy.
Unfortunately, it abandoned you.
I'm just a tool to the citizens. They believe I will save their lives.
Do you want all these people to disappear?
If I said I want that, would you carry out my wish?
If it would make you fall in love with me.
I try to imagine their death, but I doubt that will make me happy.
What would make you happy then?
When I don't respond, he hands me a long scroll.
Those ladies in waiting delivered it.
I look down and notice several ladies in waiting at the steps of the temple. They meet my gaze and bow nervously. I suppose they want me to preside over the rituals for the first day of the Sea Gratis Festival.
I see. They're representing Romero in an attempt to win your favor. When the time comes, you'll have to confront many of the people who abandoned you.
With apparent playfulness in his eyes, he brushes aside a strand of my hair that the wind had blown across my face.
How will you respond?
What would you do?
If it were me...
His fingertip moved down and rested over my trembling heart.
I'd ask this heart about what could make it happy.
Money. Oh, sorry. It's her heart, not my heart. Okay. With the toss of a torch adorned with flower vines and seashells into the bonfire, and the rise of dancing flames, the Sea Gratis Festival officially begins. I descend from the elevate platform by the shore, give the ceremonial staff to vary for safekeeping, and then remove the heavy crown from my head.
Thank you, Your Highness.
No need. In the end, I agree to preside over the ritual for the Sea Gratis Festival. The reason is simple, because the sea god was forgotten and hated for centuries. I'm the only one who still knows how to perform the ceremony. Of course, this ritual respected the sea god's opinion, so many of the complicated extravagant elements were eliminated.
Why did you think the sea god would enjoy a dance that looks like crabs are fighting?
Crab rave?
It's better to save your energy and make more fried shrimp cakes instead. These are actually delicious.
It's an ancient dance that was passed down for generations. It's supposed to display the sea god majesty. Actually, you have a point. It does look like a crab fighting. As I walked into the resting area surrounded by curtains, Rafayel examined the pile of crates filled with offering. It's as if they form a small mountain. Because he said, the fried shrimp cake from the Citizen Eastern District were delicious. People rushed to replace their offering with fried shrimp cakes. Why don't you make more special requests? You could ask for their assistance when you dive into the deep for pearls. I suspect the pearls that the Tome of the Sea God mentioned refer to something else though.
Aren't fried shrimp cakes special? Food in the sea is too soft. Nothing has a unique texture such as this.
He breaks off the small pieces and put it in my mouth, then he tosses upwards a bubble filled with water to wash his hands.
As for the pearls, it can't be completed in a day or two. You also don't have to scour the entire sea for oysters. What you need to do now is...
His fingertip lifts my necklace. His eye reveal what he's saying. Apply medicine. I lose my collar and set off to the side. You know, when I think about how this wound is almost fully healed, I feel a tinge of sadness. During the ceremony, I realized for the first time that the sea wasn't completely black. The sound of waves drifts in leisurely from beyond the curtain. It embraces my ears with gentleness I never thought was possible. I also never imagined that fragments of rainbow color light shimmers beneath the dark color waves and amongst towering white crests.
Don't say that. Once your wound heals, you'll have plenty of ways to see it again.
Alright, Rafayel, you're getting better at taking care of people. You don't hurt me anymore.
If I couldn't do this simple task well at this point, wouldn't the sea god's divinity be tarnished? However, should you miss that pain, I can help you experience it again.
No, that wouldn't be necessary. Ah, stop!
Your Highness, someone has brought a prayer flower basket.
Very, who just lifted the curtain to enter, pauses. Her gaze shifts from Rafayel's hand to my shoulder, then she speaks as if she didn't see anything.
It's for you and the sea god.
Of course, you can leave it here.
Yes, Your Highness.
After Very leaves, I pull my clothes back up and silently glare at Rafayel. I bet new rumors about us will circulating around the city tomorrow.
Such as?
It's hard to say. Perhaps they'll mention the sea god's bride in broad daylight doing... Oh wait, that's not right. The people shall speak of her doing this and that with the sea god in the dark hours of the night. Or maybe they're saying that I'm a masochist.
What exactly is this and that? I don't understand.
The prayer flower basket floats into Raphael's hand. He lifts the red, blue, and silver ribbon. Then he fiddles with the seashells inside the basket.
What does this basket of seashells represent?
It's one of the traditions of the Sea Goddess Festival. Every household prepares a flower basket filled with seashell to exchange with others. The more beautiful seashell, the more beautiful the blessing they represent. It's how one can convey well wishes to people. Why would anyone want to exchange seashell with me? I tuck that thought away and pretend to be interested as I take the flower basket. Having changed into lighter clothes, Rafayel and I walk along the central streets of the city towards the temple. The moonlight and star cast a blue glow across the night sky. They're like sea water flowing along the horizon as they rise and fall with the clouds and mist. Hey, try these crispy fish. They're delicious too, and crunchy.
They're slightly bland.
Is that so? Maybe the salty seawater has numbed your tongue.
I told you multiple times already. I'm not always drinking seawater because I'm in the ocean.
I drop a few coins, ignore the stall owner's somewhat bewildered gaze, and shove a bag of crispy fish into Rafayel's hand. A decent number of people recognize us, but we tactically ignore their gawking. When did I put up that statue over there?
I saw craftsmen hammering away at it not too long ago.
At the end of the path stands an exquisitely detailed, majestic statue of the sea god. He wields a trident as he stands above the whitecaps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your abdomen is well defined. They're putting a lot of effort into flattering you, perchance a little too much.
What do you mean? It's a faithful depiction.
It's far more accurate compared to the previous sea god statue. The older ones were extremely imposing and masculine. Their beard were longer and their hair... When I heard your voice for the first time, I couldn't believe you were the sea god. You sound too young.
You're not wrong. You saw it yourself in the sea god's tomb. Those sea gods had flowing beards longer than their hair.
I take a moment to recall the statue I saw there. You're still the most handsome one, though.
You have my thanks.
He raised his hand slightly, and the seashell placed near the base of the statue shimmered with a crystalline light. It's akin to a silent response from a god. Seeing my questioning look, he smiles.
I still believe humanity's faith is fragile. The slightest touch can shatter it. However, the meaning of festivals is equally important, whether they are here or where Whalefall City used to stand. Just for today, I can let them be happy for a bit. It's not difficult.
Why do I touch him there? I hold his fingertips. Raphael, before you fell asleep, you must have been a likable sea god. Even though you've lost your memory, you still long for Whalefall City. You want to awaken all the Lemurians and bring them back to their homeland.
Making unfounded judgments like this is usually a dangerous sign.
Who say it's unfounded? On a small scale, you dislike human worship, yet you still respond to their wishes. On a larger scale, you saved everyone during the lunar eclipse, despite the fact that they hated and insulted you, though. And most importantly, I loved you once. It was enough to forge a covenant with you. At least that proves you're worthy of affection. You're worthy of being loved. Now's your turn.
What?
I gave you plenty of compliment. Isn't it your turn to compliment me now?
Your eyes are bright. Your hair is soft. And you remind me of a proud little crab when you smile. When you're angry, you're like a prickly sea urchin.
Are you sure that is a compliment? Are you sure? Does that last part count as a compliment at all?
Of course. If you lived at the bottom of the sea for thousands or tens of thousands of years, you would know how precious it is to see even a sliver of vibrant color.
I open my mouth, but I'm unable to find the right word. The basket in my hand sways slightly. I lower my head and see a little girl slipping a pink seashell into my basket while taking another one. After we make eye contact, she immediately scurries back to her mother, who's the stall owner selling crispy fish. The stall owner struggled with how she should respond. Then she gave me a forced smile.
See? The people here like you too.
Right, that's not it. Whether it's belated guilt, cautious embarrassment, or even more complex emotions that are impossible to articulate, I can't say. I haven't done anything to deserve their affection.
It's because you're you.
His hand covers mine and it moves past the tricolor ribbon on the basket, so his fingers can intertwine with mine.
All endearing words suit you perfectly.
Including my smile look like a crab? The fuck? Oh, จมูกตัน By the time we returned to the temple, there were a few more colorful seashells in my basket. It's not a lot, however. I hang it by the windowsill, and I see Rafayel is about to approach the pool. I quickly run over to stop him. Wait, there's still something we need to do. I take out the floral liquor I had very prepared and pour it into a silver chalice. We celebrate with everyone else. Now it's time for our private celebration. The Sea Gratis Festival is also for lovers. People collect elder flower during the spring and use them to brew a liquor. You're supposed to give it to your beloved on this day.
Does this contain your entire Springs collection?
I bought it. It was still locked up in the tower in spring.
It's alright. I don't mind.
Rafayel picks up his glass and gently clings it with mine. The floral liquor was sweet and pure. After drinking it in one go, I refilled both of our glasses.
Now that it's just the two of us, is there anything you want to say to the sea god? To me? During the ceremony, your chants were filled with other people's words to the sea god. They were not your own. Don't you want to tell me something? Maybe I can make a wish come true.
Damn. Then I wish you could fall in love with me soon.
That doesn't count.
Why? Is it very difficult for you?
It's too easy.
Oh.
Think of a more ambitious wish.
As our glasses clink and the floral liquor slowly disappear, Rafayel suddenly holds out his hand to me.
You told me that during the Seas Gratis Festival, humans exchange seashells to give blessings to each other. I've already given you a seashell. Shouldn't you give me something in return?
I touch the seashell necklace around my neck. I rack my brain for what feels like ages, yet I can't think of anything that would be of equal value. I slip a pearling off my finger. I've worn this since I was a child. It's not the pearl that the Tome of the Sea God told you to find, but I'll give you a blessing that only belongs to this ring. May all your wishes come true. When that time comes, remember to take me to Wellfall City.
I heard that rings are often gifts that symbolize romantic devotion in the world of humans. Does this mean you've fallen in love with me?
I contemplate his word for a moment before I lean forward and kiss the corner of his lips. What do you think?
I think I need some more convincing proof.
That night, the sound of the waves draw closer. Gentle melodious music mixes with the laughter. As fantasy sharks swim overhead, vibrant color bursts before my eyes. Someone reaches out to hold my hand. My veil is lifted, and I'm led towards the light. Then the music and laughter transform into weeping and screams. All colors fade into a dull gray, and the hand that is tightly holding mine gradually turns cold. Sea water engulfs everything. The cold overwhelms the world, and even the last melody played on the flute sinks into deadly silence. But that hand still doesn't let go of me. อุ้ยขอบคุณครับ thank you for the raid สวัสดีค่ะเหมือนอ่านนิทานให้ฟังก่อนนอนเนาะ When the sun rises, come to the beach. I'll take you somewhere special. On the last day of the Sea Gratis Festival, I wake up and find the note Rafayel left beside my pillow. Rosy daylight spreads across the horizon and paint the sky in distinct warm color. Yet the wind carries an unusual chill. There is a smell. It's a repulsive, fishy stench. I swiftly draw my silver sword and block an attack that was aimed at my heart. Yet something akin to sharp claws pierces my shoulder. It's like coiled tentacle that covered in bristle like barbs. They dig deeper into my skin while I struggle.
It's been a long time, bride of the sea god.
So, that's where you went, Holgren? Still maintaining his sanctimonious facade, he emerged from the darkness. Behind him several grotesque, elongate shadows extended outward.
You were waiting for me.
You are trapped is too obvious. The toxin from the barbs seeps into my blood. My body becomes numb, but I doubt I'll die from it.
Too bad. That sea god deceived you with a few under his spell. Do you actually believe he'll save you? He'll only lead you to your death for his own selfish desires.
His eyes gleam with malicious intent as my consciousness begins to fade. Traces of light are gradually devoured by darkness.
Don't resist. Now then, follow me. Everything I've done is for Romero. I want to prevent it from following the same doomed path as the Murray.
ว้าขอบคุณจ้าจอครับผมยังเชาเอาไม่เป็นเลยอะคุณขอบคุณนะฮะยังไม่ได้เรียนรู้วิธีใช้ Twitch มีสตรีมเด็กใช้ไม่เป็นเดี๋ยวขอบคุณนะฮะใครแบบอยากดูสตรีมมันๆอย่าลืมไปตามจอนะฮะเย้ thank you นะครับตอนนี้กำลังสปีดรันอีเวนต์ของเกม Love and Deepspace นะฮะใกล้จบละอีก3ตอน The pain in my shoulder wakes me. As I open my eyes, I find myself in a cage. I know all too well. My hands and feet have been shackled. Sensing a putrid, fishy smell, I see a massive, grotesque shadow on the wall. It's accompanied by a sound of something vicious being torn and peeled apart. I suddenly recall the spell cast on me, the one he used to control me.
Indeed, it's an ancient curse, but it's far too weak to control my bride. These magics can't be wielded by humans. Tell me where you found it.
You're no longer human.
So what? To save the Maria, this pain is nothing.
The shadow on the wall suddenly contracts. A moment passes and it slowly returns to a humanoid form. ขอบคุณคิราติสำหรับไฮเดรตฮะดื่มน้ำ With so many sea monsters paralyzing your body, aren't you afraid they'll eventually devour you? You'll be turned into a real monster.
The human body is too fragile. It's incapable of helping me in my quest to revive Lemuria. I need a body powerful enough to let me live for thousands of years. But that sea god, he destroyed the body I had painstakingly crafted when he put me in that water prison. He forced me to devour more, and I turn into what you see now.
Noticing the countless festering cracks and deformed joints on his hand, I feel nothing but shock and pity. Welcome ครับ สามารถใช้ command fish แล้วก็ join ได้นะฮะ fish ตกปลาแล้วก็ join คาเฟ่ใช่ไม่ได้พินไว้ ตกปลาได้ Recalling his talk of Lemuria and the implication of his recent words, a theory formed in my mind. Are you Lemurian? But you were born and raised in Romero. Lemuria was destroyed 10,000 of years.
Lemuria was never destroyed.
He yanked the chains and I'm forced to look into his eyes, now filled with ominous darkness.
It's sleeping. It's waiting for me. Once I kill that foolish, selfish sea god, I will become Lemuria's new sovereign. I shall resurrect Lemuria, the only civilization that's glorious enough to rule this world.
He seems to have lost his mind with his obsessive delusion and hatred for Rafayel. However, his words aren't complete nonsense. Do you want to return to Lemuria?
It's the most beautiful place in the world, and the homeland of all Lemurians. Don't you love your homeland? Wouldn't you want to save it?
I'm not passionately enamored with Romero. Despite my feelings, I pretend to nod and agree with him. I understand, but this doesn't have anything to do with me. Why would you kidnap me to save Lemuria?
Don't you remember?
A tentacle tosses something at my feet. It's a small fractured stone tablet. However, I recognize it instantly. The Tome of the Sea God? It's very similar to the one in the temple. The pattern and text are almost identical. It's as if it was broken off from the larger stone tablet.
You are the only human who can communicate with the Tome of the Sea God. Go on, read.
The blood from my shoulder drips onto the stone tablet, and the blurred text emits a faint golden glow. Find a true love. When blessed with a true love kiss, claim her heart by your own hand, a heart pure, flawless, and filled with love, best offering can give to Lemurians. Oi, shit, ตายนี่หว่า The prophecy from the Tome of Sea God that I read, it was incomplete.
Do you understand now? If the Sea God wants to reclaim his power, he needs more than true love.
ก็คือต้องทำให้เราตกหลุมรักเขาเสร็จแล้วก็ต้องฆ่าเราด้วยโบรมากฟักตับสุด
True love is just a stepping stone to him.
ๆนี่มัน Little Mermaid เวอร์ชันไหนเนี่ย Halcyon gives me a mocking gaze and filled to the brim with contempt.
Akin to how a starving person seeks food, ripping out your heart is the sea god's natural instinct.
I don't believe you. Even if you want to kill me, I need him to say it.
What a foolish, stubborn lass. Don't tell me you've already fallen in love with him.
You don't need to know that.
How unfortunate.
He laughed with malicious delight.
When he remembers everything from those years, he'll ensure your very existence tastes oblivion.
Is he referring to what happened before Rafayel fell asleep? Halcyon pulled out a bottle covered in verdigris and unscrewed the stopper. An eerie vapor drifts out.
Come, witness the events from the annals of Lemurian history. See how you and that sea god
destroyed the Maria.
I hold my breath, but the eerie vapor seeps into my skin in an instant, invading every fiber of my being. Within moments, dormant memories awaken like magma breaking through frozen earth. It burns every blood vessel and nerves in me. It hurts! Searing pain tears through my body, my mind is plunged into chaos, yet something gradually comes into focus.
Are you willing to be my follower?
Rafayel. The massive circular chamber is in a dim twilight. The ground trembles as fractured stone cascade down from the domed ceiling. Dome? This is... My body is suddenly pinned down. A sharp dagger is pressed against my chest, its tip drawing drops of blood. Rafayel. No, that's not right. The Rafayel before me is a brighter, more radiant young man, yet the dark blue flame that burned his eyes and his expression are unnaturally detached. In his hand, he tightly gripped the sharp dagger. It's poised, ready to pierce my heart. I can't make a sound. I grab the handle of the dagger and use all of my strength to fight against death itself. The trembling tip of the dagger freezes.
Run.
But the detached hostility returned to his eyes, and blue and golden light radiates from his body.
As my follower, you must offer your heart to me. A Lemurian bond holds great power, but it's also a chain. The sea god should have no weaknesses or constraints.
My struggle is futile. The blade sinks deeper into my chest. Blood falls as the pain spreads. There's a loud crash, and the restraints on my body loosens. Rafayel leans against the wall that's far away from me. Pain has contorted his face. Inside the stone niche burns a gentle yet feeble flame. It's so weak that a breeze could extinguish it.
Stay away from me.
Those dark blue and golden lights still surround him. However, the blue flame in his eyes have been extinguished, or rather suppressed.
You cannot stay here. Lemuria's flame requires the hearts of our followers to sustain it. This is wrong. Should it continue, 'tis only a matter of time before I lose control and hurt you again. You must find a method that will allow it to burn forever. That shall be Lemuria's true path.
The flame from the niche gently flowed to Rafayel's fingertips. Then it transformed into countless delicate threads of light that flow towards my chest. Shocked, I try to break free, yet I find myself bound by these threads. A strange, warm power flows into my heart.
There is a legend. It says the wick of a flame exists in the place where all oceans converge. Find it, and Lemuria will be enveloped in light and endure forevermore.
Water currents embrace me and carry me out of the temple from distance. Rafayel gives me a gentle smile.
I shall ensure Whalefall City remains exactly as you remember it, until the day you return with the wick. This is my promise to you. For 'tis Lemuria's vow, a bond everlasting.
มันเศร้าจังวะ Despair and blood pervade the sea water as thunderous rumination buries all cries and screams. I desperately try to push away the darkness before my eyes, but it feels like my body's trapped in quicksand. The more I struggle, the more I suffocate.
That human deceived you. She deceived all of Lemuria.
A human stole our flame. Lemuria will perish.
Why did the sea god deceive us? Why didn't he protect Lemuria?
The sea god has changed before we even realized it.
The seawater drowns their despair, and yet I can't defend Rafayel. It isn't Rafayel's fault. It's because I didn't fulfill my promise to Rafayel. There was no witness exist in the place where all ocean converge, or at the end of the sea. Lemuria could never exist forever. Lemuria was a civilization that should have never existed. Destruction was its predetermined fate. The last god of the sea perished along with Lemuria. They dissolved into the ocean. It's not a slumber, it's oblivion. He will disappear from this world. I will never be able to find him, see him, hear the song he plays for me on the flute, or see his smile. My heart silently cries out, and it awakens unwavering determination of my former self. I won't let Rafayel die. I will save him, and the price that must be paid, it doesn't matter. In the violently trembling deep sea, the summoner's staff I wield ignites the cold flame, illuminating the gaze that breathes away from mine. Shock, sorrow, anger. I can't exactly make out the emotions in his eyes. I only see the mark of our bond in his collarbone. It's like a stream of blindingly bright, burning blood. Countless threads of light transform into runes. I raise the staff and let a phantom pierce his body. I hear my own heart as I speak. Every single word is part of a merciless command. With the power of Lemuria's vow, Rafayel, you shall be forever imprisoned here until Lemuria welcomed the opportunity for rebirth, until the world reaches that moment when you can be awakened. His divine gaze, once clearer than seawater, transformed into a black tide. It freezes when he looks at me.
You betrayed me.
Once the seal is complete, he plunged into the depth of those abyssal water. I hear deafening sound, as if the entire ocean is being split apart. Boundless black water surge in from all directions. His dissipating figure becomes rain that falls upward. I will cut out your heart with a dagger. Honed, my darling, and in love's name, your heart will become my fate. Your body will be washed clean, shine like a pearl. I will care for your heart. I will care for your heart. Till we meet again, and you reclaim it for yourself. The last wisp of smoke dissipates, and the bottle clatters to the ground. The tide of memories recedes as my consciousness returns to the cold, gloomy tower.
Do you remember now? You stole the flame and sealed away the sea god, and he trusted you so easily. You are the ones responsible for Lemuria's destruction.
My mind is still reeling from the impact of those memories. As I lift my head, my gaze focuses on the former castellan. Then it shifts to the silent figure standing in the shadow. Rafayel. I don't know when he arrives, However, his cold gaze has told me everything. He saw my memory as well. Halcyon continued his ending monologue, but I can only hear chaotic noises. I stare blankly at the figure before me. Our gaze lock, and we freeze under the moonlight. My thoughts also seem to be frozen in place.
We'll deal with him first.
A faint whisper that only I can hear reach my ear. I give a slight nod in response.
He will kill you, cut out your heart, and leave your body out to rot. You will not receive a proper burial. If you want to live, your only option is to kill him before he can act. Your bond with him is your sharpest blade. You can order him to take his own life. As you can see, anything is possible.
Yes, I remember. I was the one who sealed Rafayel. I try to speak as calmly as possible. But I'm also responsible for Lemuria's downfall. Why is Rafayel your only target for revenge? Don't you hate me too?
Of course I do. However, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones if you kill the sea god.
Remove my shackle then. Can I do anything if I'm like this? I lift my chin slightly. You better hurry, he's already here.
Huh?
A tall, slender figure appeared under the moonlight. Rafayel raises his hand and summons the Tidebreaker Trident.
How convenient. You've delivered yourself to me.
The chains that bind me snap. I rub my sore wrist before materializing a silver sword. I take 2 steps forward. In the suffocating silence, Rafayel is the first to speak.
It was you.
You let Halgren escape on purpose. He was used as bait so you could find out who sealed you away. Well, that person is me.
Correct. The greatest weakness of Lemurians is that bond. And a sea god cannot have weaknesses. He must kill the person who forged the covenant with him. That way, there will be no one left in the world who could restrain or threaten him. And only then shall he become an invincible god. Regardless of whether it's for Lemuria or for myself, I must kill you.
He speaks these cold words, although I know it's just an act. I can't help but think. Perhaps these words are also containing his true feelings. We don't need to say anything else to each other. I raise my silver sword as lightning flashes at the tip of the Tidebreaker Trident. Blue fury power surge around Rafayel's body.
Farewell, bride of the sea god.
When the tip of my sword clashes with the Tidebreaker Trident, our weapons are diverted to the side. As the light fades, Halgren's eyes are filled with terror, yet he cannot move. His body shattered amidst flying sparks. A putrid stench fills the air as vicious fluid seeps between the bricks and spread across the floor.
Don't taint Lemuria's glory with your disgusting ambitions. A man who lost himself to madness has no right to save Whalefall City.
Halgren's eyes bulge with fury as guttural sound escapes his throat. Then he crumbles and turns to ashes. Rafayel withdraws his trident and brushes away the dark embers from his body.
Your hand.
In marriage? I don't think so. Why the story is so sad. A small flame dances from his fingertip and travels up my forearm. The fluid and bloody marks left by the shackles disappear.
You are afraid of me. What's wrong? Did you think I would actually kill you?
I'm not afraid of you. I'm the one who sealed you away, and I'm also the key that will allow you to reclaim your power. You have every reason to kill me.
If I asked you to, would you willingly offer me your heart? I want you to answer honestly.
This heart has always belonged to you, and I promised it to you before. So, yes, I'm willing to return it to you.
Then why are you crying?
I blink and realize tears are threatening to fall from my eyes. No, it's allergy. Being willing doesn't mean I'm not afraid of death, and I owe you an apology. I understand it can't erase a fraction of your suffering. His fingertip is cold as he presses it against the spot where my beating heart is. Our nose almost touch. We're so close that one breath would close the distance between our lips.
What I want is a heart with pure and utter devotion. Its love for me should come from the very depths of one's soul. Do you think it is that?
I don't have an answer for you. Even if it was, this heart now bears an invisible fissure that can never be fully mended.
The answer is clear. Your heart is of no use to me. For now, at least. Go back. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You should get some rest.
Alright. I murmur in agreement, yet neither of us make a move to leave. The moonlight casts shadow on the window bars. It resembles a wall of thorns that gradually spreads between us. มันเป็นเศร้าจังเลยอ่ะคือก็รู้อยู่แล้วล่ะคือมันก็มีสปอยมาอยู่ว่าแบบยังไงแล้วก็แบบจากตอนก่อนหน้านี้อะไรใดๆแต่ก็แบบมันก็เศร้าอยู่ดีแม่งเอ้ยขมจังเลยครับพี่อีก2 ตอนจบละโอ้ยตกปลาแป๊บ fishy The path from the tower to the temple isn't long. However, it feels as if we've been walking for an eternity. After that day, we continue as if nothing had changed. Yet, everything is different. We no longer watch the faint light on the horizon in the morning, nor do we light all the candles in the temple on cold nights. The image from that vision are like an inescapable thorn. It has pierced me and Rafayel. Dusk falls when Rafayel tells me he will temporarily leave Romero to search for the pearl in the deep. It's mentioned in the tome of the sea god. We part ways on the beach. He dives into the sea, his tail catching the sunset's light in all of its beautiful iridescent. The waves and ripples will never settle. Likewise, I will never see him again. On the last night of summer, an unprecedented storm fell upon Romero without any warning. Ooh. The water has risen past an average person waist within the rain. They rapidly engulf everything, building, shops, and slopes. I watch from the top of the temple. Beyond the rain lies a hazy black rising surrounding everything. The sea water surges and churns. I only gave up the order to reinforce the embankment and clear the waterways. Unfortunately, when faced with the kind of storm, it's fatal. Another building collapsed. The rising water carried the rubble and people screams in all directions. Someone's bob up and down in the current. The black water carries them onwards towards me.
Help me! Someone!
I recognize her. She's one of the ladies in waiting who served me in the temple.
Help!
Countless images flashed through my mind. They overlapped and intertwined. The faces of people below the tower, those look of disgust or empathy when I was forced to perform the weaver ritual. The smiles of people who sent me invitations and exchanged seashell with me during the Sea Greatest Festival.
Your Highness, Your Highness, thank...
The nearest shelter is to the north. Go. Before she thanked me, I harshly interrupt her. The lady in waiting, steadily her weakened body, her eyes once soaked in despair, flicker briefly with hope before it dims.
The flood has washed away all the city's shelters. Aside from me, there are others who have nowhere to go.
Carrying debris, the roaring flood crashes against the temple. The building trembles, yet it still remains steadfast. When I was 15, I oversaw its renovation with the intention of making this symbol of faith as solid as the heavens. It was designed to stand tall for centuries. Tell everyone to take shelter in the sea god's temple.
Your Highness, we did a search and brought the people we found to the temple.
People who escaped the storm are put into small groups in the main hall. They anxiously watch as I stand next to the statue of the sea god. I look outside. The rainfall wrapped around Romero like a sheet of rough gauze. It covers everything in a deadly white as far as I can see. Turning back, I instruct Veri to distribute all the food supplies in the temple. When the storm erases, lead them to the Mount on Yuna. It's tall enough, the water will not reach you there. After I give out my simple order, I ignore the anxious gazes and the hushed discussion around me as I turn to leave.
Your Highness?
Yeah?
What if the rain never stops and the flood reaches Mount Onyuna? What then? What if the third night comes?
All sounds seemingly vanish, only the rainfall remains. Gazes pour in from all directions like water. Everyone stare at me as they wait for an answer about their future. That day will never come. The third night hasn't arrived yet, and the rain will stop. Many people turn their heads to look outside. They're searching for the bright moon that hangs in the sky. The tense uneasiness in the temple had disappeared to some extent. As for how long the rain will last, that remains to be seen. Perhaps what they need isn't direct answer, but words that can serve as a pillar of support. Suppressing the many uncertainties in my heart, I look at the misty blackness beyond the rain. My promise with Rafayel isn't valid anymore, huh? If only his heart truly fell in love with him, then he'd prevent the sea from swallowing Romero and allow me to live. Back when we decide to fall in love, neither of us anticipate what today would bring. I hope the sea he's in has pleasant skies. My heart ached again as I grasped the necklace he gave me. But
what I want is a heart with pure and utter devotion. Its love for me should come from the very depths of one's soul. Do you think it is that?
I still can't give a definitive answer to the question Rafayel asked me that night. However, no matter what happens, I can't let Romero sink. I must survive until the day I see Rafayel again. Several days later, the torrential rain finally stops. While everyone sleeps, the howling wind subsides to some extent. Wading through the accumulated muddy water, the ladies in waiting carry out my orders to evacuate everyone from the city. I press my faintly aching temples. I'm unable to dismiss the ominous premonition lingering in my heart for some reason. I look up, the moon has vanished without a trace. Moonlight drowns in murky gloom. Within the blink of an eye, black clouds swallow the last trace of light from heaven and earth. คุณปวีสวัสดีครับแหมชื่อเทาใน YouTube ไม่ชินเลยดิปะได้เวลาต่อเมมเบอร์เปล่า ขอบคุณสำหรับการซัพพอร์ตนะครับขอบคุณที่แวะมาหาครับ
The eclipse! The eclipse is here!
Prophecy from the tomb of the sea god! Romero is about to be submerged!
After being momentarily stunned, I finally realized that there are no black cloud in the sky. A massive wave is rising from the sea. Very, take everyone back to the temple. But these feeble struggles are no match for the approaching catastrophe. The wave swiftly unfurled its deadly embrace over Romero. A loud sound exploded across the sky. For a moment, everything is as bright as day. Golden lightning cleaves through the massive wave. The waters flow back and reveal a familiar silhouette. The seashell necklace around my neck begins to shake violently. Rafayel? The massive wave collapsed and large water splash touched the land. Rafayel raised his tidebreaker trident, and the scale on his tail reflect piercing cold light. The trident swung down with great force. Heavy storm clouds are transformed into scorching, powerful wind that sweep across all Romero. Wherever the trident points, flame more brilliant than the blazing sun ignites across the water surface.
The sea god? Is that the sea god?
To control the concurrent and the tides, without doubt, this is Rafayel's power. Like mountains, the towering waves are stacked on top of one another. They spiral upwards under the force of wind and fire to form columns of water that pierce the sea like spears. อุ๊ย ขอบคุณสำหรับการสมัครเป็น membership นะครับขอบคุณเขาคุณปุยเย้เวลคัมครับใครที่ดูอยู่ทาง Twitch นะคะก็มี YouTube ด้วยนะเย้สวัสดีนะคะคุณอ่านว่าอะไรอะลุงแสงครับหรอยินดีต้อนรับนะครับเวลคัมครับใกล้จบแล้วอีก2ตอนน่าจะจบสักตี 4มั้งเนี่ย I run towards Rafayel by stepping on the scattered, floating debris that's once made of a seawall. Only one thought races in my mind. Faster, I need to go faster. Ahead of me, Rafayel stands amidst unquenchable flame. His long hair is disturbed by the wind. Rafayel! Water and fire illuminates Raphael's eyes as he looked at me. A divine power surged in his gaze. It's as fierce as the turbulent current surrounding him. Not even a trace of my image is reflected in his eyes.
You shouldn't have come here. Return to the shore if you don't want to be reduced to cinders.
I swing my sword to create gust. It cleaves the flame, and I leap through the opening to reach Rafayel. Ignoring his trident, that positioned as a barrier before me, I grab his rigid arm and forcefully intertwine our fingers. This is exactly where it should be.
Death will greet those who attempt to wield a sea god's power with a human body.
But I'm the one who have a bond with the sea god. I won't die that easily. สวัสดีครับลุง X จริงหรอ สำเนียงภาษาอังกฤษกำลังน่ารักหรอ อยู่ด้วยกันนานๆนะคะ4 ชั่วโมงไปเลยวันนี้โอ้โหยาวมาก As soon as we resonate, a scorching heat that feels like it could burn everything spread from Rafayel's palm to my body. Divine power surge. At the same time, something else flows into my heart. In my days, I realize it's everything Rafayel never put into words. In the dark depths of the ocean, the sea ritualist hymn drifts down. Ethereally from the surface, it awakens his anticipation that has been suppressed for eons. During one of the Romero shot summer, the indifferent sea god heart experienced pure contentment and joy for the first time. After he left the temple with the excuse of searching for pearls, the wave undulated, like his fluctuating thoughts. All that time we spent together, my feelings for him were never unrequited. Rafayel supports my waist as he hugs me from behind. His embrace is scorching hot.
Feel it. Now wield it as if it were your own.
รู้สึกอะไรหรอกอดเราจากข้างหลังแล้วแบบรู้สึกร้อนวูบวาบอะไรอะไรหรือเปล่า จินตนาการไปไหนแล้วแกกลับมาก่อนโอ้ย Divine power collides with my nerves. My blood boils and my eyes become the same color as Rafayel's. Power representing heaven and earth advanced from between our fingers. The last wave have threatened Romero, intercept by fierce flame. Pew, 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 pew. Suddenly, the wave freeze, just as they're about to surge forward with a howl. A beam of sunlight breaks through the thick cloud and shines upon me and Rafayel. Immediately the wave fell, as if it was weightless. They shed their ferocity and gently pushed towards the shore. My heart beats like a drum, but it's quickly drowned out by the jubilant, distant cheers of the relief of those who narrowly escaped disaster.
The tide has receded. Aren't you going to let go of my hand?
I turn my head. The burning divine power in Rafayel's eyes slowly fades, and they return to what I'm familiar with. I tighten my grip on his hand. What will you do if I don't let it go? ขออ้อยหน่อย ไม่ปล่อยหรอกค่ะ จับไว้เลย A long time passes, then he smiles faintly.
Keep holding it. Neither of us will let go first.
ว้าโอ้ยเขินว่ะเขาหล่ออาจจะไม่ได้เก๊กหน้าตลอดเวลาหมออาจจะทำมาให้แบบนี้หน้าเลยตึงโบท็อกซ์ Houses that were once submerged reappear. The ships once swept away are pushed back to the shore by the waves. People emerge from the temple where they sought refuge. They slowly begin to rebuild their home. นกที่เกาะไหล่ชื่อแม็กยูค่ะแม็กยู After finding some medicine in the temple, I return to the shore by the port. Rafayel is leaning against the rock. ตอนสุดท้ายแล้วนี่ใช่ไหม His eyes are closed, and the dim daylight covers his body. His complexion looks paler than it actually is. He's asleep. I dip my finger into the ointment made from gold feather algae, then I gently apply it to the wound on his arm. Although he appeared all right at first glance, I soon noticed several barely perceptible wounds on his body.
Be gentle. It hurts.
Okay, I'll be gentle, alright. ได้ค่ะแต่เบาๆแม่งเลยหุบยิ้มไม่ได้ฮอปคือตอนนี้ฮอปมากเลยแบบฮอป เขิน You called me fragile. You called me fragile, but sea god body isn't that sturdy? Despite saying those words, my movement becomes slower. I treat his wound with the utmost care. Weren't you searching for pearls in the deep? Why did you return?
You thought I wouldn't?
I thought you'd be upset for a longer period of time.
I'm not upset.
Right.
However, that doesn't mean I didn't care.
His fingertip touched my palm and gently traced it on one of his line.
A Lemurian bond grows stronger with love. The deeper the connection is between the two parties, the more powerful it becomes. Back then, our bond was so powerful that you were able to seal me away for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years.
นี่คืออะไรตบได้เซบาสเตียนเหรอ Under the sea, under the sea.
Only a love with such pure and utter devotion is capable of doing that.
Aren't you jumping to conclusion? What if I didn't seal you away because I loved you?
Then tell me the truth. Go on now. Why did you seal me away?
His gaze is steadfast yet composed. He's waiting for me to give the answer. He already anticipates. I surrender to his reasoning and gently kiss his cheek. You aren't wrong. After I finish applying the medicines, he stretched his body and brushed away the sand.
I heard you protected many humans.
Yes, at the end of the day, I can't bear to see so many pointless deaths. I still don't like Romero, but I can't bring myself to watch it perish.
You didn't do anything wrong. Watching your kin march toward their demise is a pain more excruciating than dying. You didn't force yourself to endure that suffering. Well done.
ไม่น่าใช่เกนชินฮะมันเป็นมูดแบบวิชวลโนเวลมากกว่าเป็นแบบเหมือนเกมโอโตเมะเกมจีบหนุ่มอะไรอย่างนั้นอะแล้วก็ไซด์มันสามารถแบบว่าสู้เราว่าคล้ายๆ Devil May Cry นะฉากสู้เขาอะแบบ combat battle อะไรเงี้ยนึกไม่ออกอะไม่รู้จะเทียบกับเกมอะไรเหมือนกัน
However, I do have objections in regards to letting those humans turn my bedchamber into a filthy mess.
คุณภาวีรักแท้ยาวนานเป็นหมื่นปีแพทหน้าไปจีบคนอื่นแล้วแกก็พูดไปจริงๆก็คือเล็งไซรัสอยู่แต่ว่าชอบเรื่องแบบว่า Little Mermaid อะก็เลยแบบว่าขอหน่อยแล้วก็อันนี้ผลประกอบการค่อนข้างดีได้การ์ดครบหมดก็เลยมาเล่นสตอรี่เขาก่อนจบอีเวนต์ครับ It's not that bad. At least your pool was clean. I already ordered a few people to clean it. I promise your bedchamber will be spotless.
Good.
He pushed himself up, but he pauses as he bowed to stand. What is it?
It's nothing.
Searching wave wash over the reef. As the water recedes, his tail transforms into a pair of legs.
Let's return to the temple. I need to see its condition to feel at ease.
I nod a second later, then I notice a small crack in the necklace seashell. Oops. Oopsie. I don't feel good about this. After that day, Romero gradually returned to its former state. There are no more sudden high tides and no more unexpected storm. The text in the Tome of the Sea God remains the same. The nightmare of Romero being submerged seems to vanish into thin air, along with the overcast sky. The prophecy didn't come to fruition. Romero won't sink. The sea god and his bride protect us. We must express our gratitude and worship them forever. The people are immersed in their joy of surviving a catastrophe. มันอ่านว่าอะไรวะอีกคำเนี่ย catastrophe yeah. Surviving a catastrophe. Yeah. So the people are immersed in the joy of surviving a catastrophe. They renovate the temple so that the more magnificent and elaborate erect taller statue and supply Rafayel's and me an endless stream of gifts. But has the dust truly settled?
Your Highness.
Passing through the crowd of onlookers, very hurriedly approaches. She bows before me. On the shore lies that enormous silver fish. It's almost as long as several adult men if they were lying down and lined up in a row.
It was discovered by the fishermen who were preparing to set sail this morning. We don't know if the fish washed ashore after it died or beached itself.
Maybe this enormous fish is a good omen from the heavens. We might have a bountiful fishing season in the near future.
I approach the creature to get a closer look. The unease that has been lingering in my heart grows heavier. If I'm not mistaken, this is the calamitous Pisces that's mentioned in the ancient text. It's the harbinger of misfortune, an omen of disaster. The dark clouds that appear during the lunar eclipse haven't fully dissipated, and now the calamitous Pisces has appeared. Romero can still sink below the waves. For now, I can only act as if nothing is wrong. ฉันว่ามันคือไอ้ปลานั่นเว้ย or fish นึกออกปะ or fish ภาษาไทยคืออะไร มันคือปลานั่นน่ะ or fish OAR or fish yeah. Worry not. Find a suitable place to bury it and clean up this area.
Yes, Your Highness. By the way, Romero was spared thanks to you and the sea god. The people want to prepare a feast to properly celebrate. They wish to invite you and the
I understand. We'll discuss it when the time comes. I walk towards the temple and I tighten my grip around the seashell necklace. The crack has deepened these past few days. The seashell has begun to fracture in other places as well. I don't want to guess what it means, but I just need to see Rafayel quickly. Maybe then I can dispel some of the unease in my heart. I think he's dying too. Rafayel, I need to ask you. Rafayel? Stopping the storm last night consumed too much of Rafayel's power. He's been staying in the temple to rest. Yet right now I sense something is off. I don't hear the sound of flowing water by the pool. When I left, he was still dozing off by the water edge. I rushed to the pool only to find that the springs have dried up. The water resembles an inky black void. Worried that something happened to him, I dive into the water. The black water is unbearably cold. I grit my teeth and dive deeper. He appears to be unconscious as he sinks into this nothingness. Rafayel! Mustering all the strength I can, I grab him. However, I'm not strong enough to pull him up. This won't work. I need to wake him up. Steady my breath while I press my hand against his chest. I try to resonate so I can wake him. Yet time passes and there's still no response. His power is like a dried up spring. With most of it gone, it cannot respond to my resonance or my voice. Why is it like this? After the initial shock, I'm momentarily at loss. Then I noticed the churning current rushing into the deep. A bold idea appeared before me. There's a location that closely connects to the sea god. I hold the unconscious Rafayel tightly against me and swim in the direction of the current. Fortunately, my guess was correct. The pool current is connected to the sea itself, which allowed me to successfully get Rafayel out of the temple. I propped Rafayel against the reef, recalling how he summoned the fantasy shark. I make the same gesture he did and bring my hands to my lips. I whistle. After many clumsy attempts, I finally succeed. A skeletal fantasy shark appeared in the distance at the far end of the sea. It swims to my side and uses its right rigid bony snout to give a friendly nudge to my hand. Can you take Rafayel and me to the sea god tombs again? It doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying, so I repeat myself several times. Finally, it extends its fin bone and gestures for Rafayel and me to climb onto its back. Thank you. After I steady Rafayel on its back, the fantasy shark turned around and transported us to the ocean depths. Unexpectedly, we arrive at the sea god's tomb with ease. Maybe it's because Rafayel has already passed the trial. Even the god in statue poses no challenge. After I explain the reason for our visit, they allow us to pass through the stone gates.
Young sea god. Oh, it's you two again.
Your quintesses, I'm here to make a request. I need your help. The statue of the sea god with a long beard lethargically lowered his weapon. He slowly turned his head to look at the unconscious Rafayel.
He is about to fade from existence. He still needs to reclaim his true power, yet he almost exhausted the small amount of divine energy he possesses.
What did he do to end up in such a state?
What a shame. He will become the youngest sea god to fade away in our history.
Several more sea god statues move out from their stone niches as soon to join the discussion. ซีนนี้แม่งฟีลเหมือนแบบหลุมศพมู่หลานกับบรรพบุรุษอะแบบฮัลโหลคนกำลังจะตาย bro. Is there a way to save him? He can't fade away like this.
Of course.
He needs true love.
Bullshit มาก
He needs a heart that loves him unconditionally.
When he obtains the power to protect Lemuria, and the ocean recognizes his ascension to godhood, he will live for a long, long time, an almost immortal life.
This is the only way to save him.
True love ในที่นี้คือเอาหัวใจของคนที่รักออกมาจริงๆอะคุณคือแบบแดกหัวใจเข้าไปเอาหัวใจของคนที่รักเราแบบไม่มีเงื่อนไขแบบ literally give me your heart and that's really sad นึกออกไหม A heart that loves him unconditionally. I recall the hidden prophecy from the tomb of the sea god. A heart that filled with love is the best offering for a Lemurian. Will my heart be enough? Can my heart save him? The sea god speak in hushed tone. Then the statue of the sea god with a long beard extend his hand towards me.
Are you willing to try?
Of course.
It will hurt. Bear with me for a moment.
The ancient sea god clenched his fist, and a sharp pain shoots through my heart. As he guides the process, a several threads of gentle lights are drawn out. Strand by strand, they float into Rafayel's chest. endure the lingering pain, I place my hand over him and try to resonate again. There's a response.
Your pure heart and the devotion from your love is enough. However, you will dissipate into sea foam once you give up this heart. That decision is yours to make.
เสียสละเพื่อคนที่รัก True Love ทำไมมันบูชิดอย่างนี้ เราอยู่ด้วยกันไม่ได้หรอ นี่คือ Little Mermaid จริงๆอะใช่ไหมที่แบบกลายเป็นฟองสบู่
The sea god's tomb. How did I end up here?
You've been unconscious for a long time. The sea gods woke you up. I quickly speak before the sea god can say anything, then I bow respectfully to them. The sea god with the long beard gave me a profound, knowing look before slowly turning toward Rafayel.
The last sea god of Lemuria. May you find true salvation.
Thank you.
The sea god statues slowly retreat into their niches. Rafayel turns around and I meet his intense gaze.
You're hiding something from me.
You're the one who's been hiding things from me. อย่ามาแก๊สไลท์ฉันนะ You've expended too much of your power. Your body can't sustain itself anymore.
Are you underestimating me? Defying a prophecy from the tome of the sea god did take a considerable toll on me. But I'll recover in a century, give or take.
The prophecy hasn't changed, though Romero will still be submerged, yes? Seeing Rafayel's expression, my heart sinks. I was correct.
Yes. But that doesn't mean it can't be changed. Romero wasn't destroyed on the third night of the lunar eclipse. So for now, it won't sink below the waves. This is our turning point.
บางทีเราก็ไม่อยากให้คนที่รักเขาแบกรับเรื่องของเราถูกปะเหมือนแบบไม่อยากให้เขาลำบากไม่อยากให้เขารับรู้อะอยากแก้ปัญหาด้วยตัวเองอะอะไรแบบนั้นอะเข้าใจนะ
Stop frowning. Let tomorrow worry about itself. As for the present,
he takes my hand and summons water current to carry us upwards.
It's almost dawn. We might be able to watch the sunrise as we head back.
โอ้ยังจะมีอารมณ์มาดูพระอาทิตย์ขึ้นอีผี After returning from the sea god's tomb, Rafayel seems to have returned to his normal self. The water in the pool has become clear again. He also doesn't spend the entire day inside the temple. Instead, he enthusiastically takes me along to explore Romero Street, alleys, and the wilderness. Just a tiny fragment of his heart power is enough to revitalize him. If he received an entire heart, perhaps I'm still selfish. Faced with such a choice, I still cannot let go of my desire to live. But time is cruel and doesn't give me the opportunity to hesitate. After a night of rain, dark cloud once again spread across the sky of both Romero. The time Rafayel spent sleeping in the water increased with each passing day, and my necklace seashell has developed a deeper, longer crack. Rafayel, the sky has cleared. Should we go to the foot of the Mount Onyuna? The rest of my words are stuck in my throat. A large section of Rafayel's tail that immersed in the water has turned a dull gray-white.
You're overthinking it. Humans have all sorts of hair colors. Why can't my tail change color? So, what were you saying about the foot of Mount Onyuna?
I was just wondering if you'd like to go out for a walk. He pauses and his tail sways gently beneath the water surface.
I'm not in the mood.
You're not in the mood หรือ you look ไม่ไหวเอาดีๆสิไม่มีแรงแล้วใช่ไหม You can't turn your tail into a pair of legs anymore, right?
Your imagination is getting wilder by the day.
He parts the ripples on the water surface under the undulating waves. His tails transform into a lake.
You wake me from my peaceful nap and throw an accusation.
He adjusts his position to rest his head on my lap. He closes his eyes.
You owe me a sweet dream.
All right, all right. I gently stroke the top of his head and lean down to kiss him. The seashell around my neck dangles. It sways in front of Rafayel's peaceful, sleeping expression. The cracks on the surface are glaring. I grasp the seashell and gently try to wipe away those marks. I pretend not to see the scale on his legs. I pretend Rafayel isn't showing any sign of something's being off. I pretend that everything on his land will remain as peaceful as it is today. Bouquet, lantern, music, the plaza in the port is immersed in the sound of celebration. It's like a grand farewell ceremony to disaster. Rafayel stands far away from the human. He watched the figure who's in the center of the crowd. She seems somewhat uncomfortable with the amount of enthusiasm. Slowly, however, the corner of her mouth curls, a slight smile appears on her face. เสียงหายไปไหน เสียงหายไปเลย เสียงไปแล้วแป๊บนึงนะทุกคนคืออะไรอะไลฟ์นานไปเสียงหายไปเลยสักครู่นะครับเสียงหายงั้นเราปิดชกเปิดไหมแบบเสียงจะกลับมาได้ไหมโยมาแล้ว yeah ใช่ join ได้ฮะพี่จู่ๆเสียงก็ดัง He recalls those long stretches of time at the bottom of the silent ocean. The only sound he heard was the faint rattling of the chains. With his eyes closed, he would construct an illusory world in his mind. He would imagine the splendor and wonder of Whalefall City, the place that had been long forgotten. Then a different voice broke into his world one day. Stupid tome of the sea god. You're worthless in every sense of the word. If you're actually useful, you would have revealed the sea god's location. What gives you the right to only disclose the whereabouts of the bride of the sea god? It was a discourteous voice. It could be considered too loud to a certain extent, yet it was like the sun that occasionally appeared above the sea. He realized it was impossible to dislike. Using what little strength he had, he spoke to her for the first time. Perhaps their ending was already predetermined from that moment. The sea god must kill his bride. To truly ascend to the godhood, he must destroy their bond. He refused his fate before, but now he doesn't want to accept this either.
We might have to actually bid each other farewell.
He recalls the moment when she first spoke his name. With fingertips stained in the blood, he traced his name into the palm of her hand, one letter at a time. Even so, he couldn't intertwine his fate with hers along the lines of her palm. In this way, they were spared from separation.
I need to leave Romero again. We won't be seeing each other for some time.
I frantically searched for Rafayel figured in the crowd, but I only catch a message the sea breeze carried to me. Fortunately, our bond guides me to him. In the lit corner, I catch Rafayel's finger.
You were in a hurry. Are you scared I'd leave without saying goodbye?
Where are you going?
I'm just looking for pearls. Once I recover that part of my power, I'll return.
I don't believe you. His life force is fading away. At an alarming rate, under the illusion of an intact seashell lies a reality with cracks becoming increasingly more severe. His heart is also riddled with countless wounds. น้ำแป๊บ โอ้โห ภาคมาจะ4 ชั่วโมงแล้วเพลินๆครับเพลินๆ Rafayel, is there anything you need me to do for you? Tell me. No matter what it is, I'll do it. Just say that you want your heart back. I'll return it to you.
No.
How long will you be gone?
It's hard to say. Maybe it'll be a year or two, a century or more. Perhaps even longer than that. Don't worry. Even after I'm gone, you and Romero will survive. This is a God's promise to you.
What is he planning to do? If he's making this kind of promise, it means he'll do something that I don't want to imagine. I won't be able to accept it. So, when are you leaving? Let me see you off at least.
All right. I'll wait for you at sea.
My fingernail dig into my palm. The hesitation that swirled in my heart has finally crystallized into resolve. I will fulfill the promise I once made.
It's a simple melody, yet you still haven't learned it properly.
Romero taught me how to be a ruler, not a musician.
Listen carefully. This is the last time I'll teach you.
สุดสาคร นี่มันสุดสาคร พระอภัยมณีทำไมนางเอกมีหางด้วยอ่ะทำไมน่าเศร้าขนาดนั้นเลยเบบี The tides have changed.
The sea inevitably returns to where it belongs and separates from the land.
But the sea always meets the shore. Huh? อะไรนะ
to say something else.
I'll pray to the sea. I hope every ocean current carries you right towards me. Or something.
The sea heard your wish.
I can't even read the full sentence. What the fuck it was saying. I'll pray to the sea. I hope every ocean current carries you to bright, warm places. You said it was once part of your heart. It's time to take it back.
The place you hold in my heart far outweighs this little scale.
Because of my selfishness. I took the heart that belonged to you. Okay. คือทำไมบทมันต้องหายไปเร็วด้วยยังอ่านไม่ทันเลยไม่ทันจะได้อวย acting อะไรเลยให้กูอ่านก่อนไหมหายเร็วเหลือเกิน Now with the power of Sea God, vow our covenant, Rafayel, obey my command. Reclaim this heart and end your everlasting bond.
No, I refuse to accept this betrayal.
This heart can save you in Romero.
The sea god doesn't need this heart. Our bond, it cannot end this way. I won't allow it.
Although Kona has broken, I'll become อะไรวะ I'll become one with the sea and stay with you forever. ไม่มีเวลาให้หนูได้แบบอินกับบทบาทเลยเท็กซ์แม่งไปไวชิบหาย In full, why the MC text disappears so fast? I don't like this. Oh, that's the pearl. Oh, his tears becomes the pearl. สวัสดีครับเฟียโพนี่เวลคัมครับ Daylight has arrived. The tide surge, wave built upon waves. They're so powerful that they scattered the clouds in the sky. The black sea water bleeds crimson. Then the rain fades and takes darkness within it, to see original azure hues reappear. The bells in Romero toss carelessly as massive wave engulf in the world. The land is transformed into sea bay. Sea water envelopes every house, every patch of soil, every mountain range. It whispered and returned the memories of millions of years ago. Everyone stepped onto strange, yet familiar homeland. They breathe the air that flows in the sea water. Lemurians' memory awake in their blood. Phantasmal whale leap from the water and return to the sea. They swim through the city that has been reborn. Whale Fall City. The sea god stares his hand. There lies the pearl ring given to him by a young woman. It still gleams with a lustrous radiance. It gently encircles his finger. It's like her embrace that never let him go. It shall keep him bound to the sea forevermore. จบแล้วซึมปะซึมเลยแม่อันนี้คือภาคแรก Forgotten Sea แล้วก็เป็น Tears of Romero ภาค 2 เจ็บมาแล้วเราก็มาดู ซีนใน memory การ์ดที่เราดึงได้นะฮะมันก็จะ replay ฉากในนั้นปะใช่โอ้ไม่มีฉากนี้ไม่มีฉากนี้เอ๊ะหรือมีวะ
It's a simple melody, yet you still haven't learned it properly.
ฉันอาจจะไม่เห็นหัวนางตอนเมื่อกี้เนี่ยอีฉากเท็กซ์นางเอกเนี่ยให้กูอ่านก่อนได้ไหมรีบหายไปไหนย้อนอดีตของนางเอกประจำดาวก็น่าจะใช่นะใช่เป็นแบบชาติที่แล้วอะไรเงี้ย
This is the last time I'll teach you.
แบบเขาเกี่ยวข้องกับพระเอกแต่ละคนยังไงอะไรเงี้ยโอ้อ๋อมันเป็นห่างชุดนางเป็นห่างปลาไอซีฉันก็นึกว่านางเป็นนางเงือกด้วย The tides have changed.
The sea inevitably returns to where it belongs and separates from the land.
But the sea always meet the shore. We could see each other something again. สายตาสั้นแล้วลืมแว่นไว้ที่บ้านแย่มาก ซีนนี้ฟินว่ะสไลด์บรึบหน้าคล้ายพระเอกเวอร์ชันดาวเกรดอย่าใจฉันไปได้ไหมขาดเธอแล้วฉันอยู่ไม่ไหวขาดเธอไม่ได้ไม่ได้ Suicidal Bestie นี่ก็มองอย่างอื่น
The place you hold in my heart far outweighs this little scale.
หัวใจของเธอมีค่ามากกว่าไอ้เกล็ดเล็กๆนี่นะอ๋อเพราะว่าเขาเอาเกล็ดหางมาให้แล้วก็แทงตัวเองเลยปักหน้าเบะแล้ว Take my heart ค่ะพี่ Take my heart เอาหัวใจของหนูไปแล้วเขาก็มีชีวิตต่อไงแล้วก็มาเจอนางเอกในปัจจุบันใช่ปะใช่ปะใช่ปะวะใช่ปะใช่มั้ง
Our bond, it cannot end this way. I won't allow it.
ก็คือซีนจากในมิดนั่นแหละที่เป็น Kindle จากการ์ดแล้วพอดูเสร็จแล้วมีอะไรให้เราหรือเปล่าพี่มีเพชรให้หนูเปล่าไม่มีหรอมันไม่ดูนะงั้นไม่ดูนะอีกใบอ่ะเฮ้ยใบนี้มันคือตอนใบนี้มันคือตอนปลุกเขาปะหรือเปล่านะ ใช่ อีเวนต์นี้เราจับได้ทุกอันค่ะ คือเคลียร์แบบ
I could be lying.
60 พู
I can help you. But I can also let you drown in these abyssal waters to keep me company.
60 พูได้5 ดาว 2 ใบค่ะที่รักฉัน I am very dedicated.
I see you're unaware of what you've awakened.
อันนี้เล่นใน iPad ครับ เล่นใน iPad แล้วก็แชร์จอขึ้นคอม ใช้อะไรนะ Aircast Air Server Air นั่นน่ะไว้โอ้ยใช่ อันนี้เกม
Your
iPad
power alone is no match for these.
แล้วอันนี้เราใช้กราฟิกต่ำสุดด้วยนะ
Is as cold as the lonely moon.
ผมใช้กราฟิกต่ำสุดด้วยนะครับอันเนี้ย
It shall pierce your heart. The sea's ritualis hymn you sang. That is the answer.
หนุ่มร้ายหนุ่มอันตราย
You shall find no hiding place wherever the sea flows.
iPad ผมเก่ามากแล้วตั้งแต่ปี 2018 เลยใช้กราฟิกต่ำสุดชุบควักดาบออกมาจากหัวใจเธออูเทน่ามากสาวน้อย
This is the mark you've been searching for. But it was also a seal in another form.
อ่ะ break the seal
The voice of the storm. Come to me. Again. Call out to me from the fathomless depths of the sea. Bestow the inextinguishable vengeance. The sea god's revival has been completed. You've rewritten the fate of these waters.
bondage
Starting from this moment,
restrain
you are bound to me. You cannot turn back.
สวยเนาะเหมือนดูหนังเลยอ่ะครับนั่นแหละ very good หมดแล้วเย้จบแล้วสำหรับอีเวนต์นี้นะคะหมดเวลาแล้วเป๊ะๆด้วยปะน่าจะหมดเวลาเป๊ะๆเลยใช่หมดเวลาแล้วโอ้โหทันเวลามากก็คือ last day แล้วนะคะหมดเวลาแล้วสำหรับอีเวนต์ Rafayel เนาะใช่ก็หมดไป60พูใช่ได้5 ดาว 2 ใบถือว่าโชคดีเพราะว่าไม่ได้ใบซ้ำเลยใช่ปกติมันจะมีโอกาสได้ใบซ้ำอันนี้ได้คนละอันใช่วันรีเซ็ตแล้วคุณขอบคุณที่อยู่ด้วยกันจนถึงตอนนี้นะจ๊ะจุกสตอรี่จุกนั่งพากจุกไม่แปลแล้วตอนเนี้ยไม่แปลแล้วนั่งอ่านให้ฟังอย่างเดียวฉันว่าโอเคนะมูดเหมือนแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะเหมือนดราม่าซีดีละครเสียงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยตอนแรกมีคนเปิดเข้ามาแล้วแบบอุ๊ยตกใจทำไมเสียงในเกมเหมือนเสียงเลดี้อ๋อพากเองค่ะพากเอง อีเวนต์มันไม่มีเสียงนางเอกไงถ้าเป็นเมนสตอรี่อะมันจะมีเสียงนางเอกพากแต่ว่าพวกอีเวนต์จะมีแค่เสียงผู้ชายไม่มีเสียงผู้หญิงร้องเลยได้โอกาสแล้วพากให้ฟังอ่านให้ฟัง อบคุณทุกคนที่มานั่งจุ่มอยู่ด้วยกันนะคะขอบคุณคนที่มาจากจอด้วยแล้วก็เย้สวัสดีบ้านแดงสวัสดีบ้านม่วงนะคะถ้านั่งฟังเพลงเนาะส่วนใหญ่ก็จะอยู่ในบ้านม่วงนะคะสามารถแวะมาเนี่ยแวะมาตกปลาแวะมาจอยมันเดย์คาเฟ่กันได้เดือนกรกฎาคมตารางตอนนี้เดี๋ยวโพสต์พรุ่งนี้เช้าแล้วกันตอนนี้ไปนอนก่อนไม่ไหวแล้วค่อยโพสต์นะคะมีคอลแลบกับ Catty Candy ที่ VTuber Academy เราจะพาไปชมโลก VR Chat กันเดี๋ยวเจอกัน 2 ทุ่มแล้วก็8มีเซเรกินะคะกับเรื่องGraphic Design สำหรับ VTuber เนาะอันนี้ก็ Exclusive สำหรับคนที่อยู่ใน Academy นะคะแล้วก็15มีพี่แซมพลสันมาคอมเมนต์รายการที่ทุกคนคิดไว้สำหรับแบบว่าไลฟ์สตรีมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยใช่มาคอมเมนต์สไตล์ครีเอทีฟกันก็เนื้อหาเดือนกรกฎาคมเน้นๆตึงๆเดี๋ยวมีเวลาให้ตื่นก่อนไม่คิดว่าจะยาวขนาดนี้โอ้ my god ขอบคุณทุกคนนะคะใช่แล้วเดี๋ยวไว้เจอกันใหม่รอบหน้าเดี๋ยวมันมีอัปเดตยิ่งใหญ่เนี่ย pre-download enable เดี๋ยวฉันมาแน่นอนมาแน่เจอกันแน่สำหรับอีเวนต์หน้านะคะเพราะว่ายังจะอยู่ ยังจะอยู่กับเกมนี้ไปอีกนานๆฉันเสียดายมากเลยอะเมื่อก่อนอะใส่รัด 100% ตอนนี้แบบขาดไป2ใบไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าจะรีรันมาเมื่อไหร่ละเพชรมีเยอะขนาดนี้ผมมีเพชรอยู่ 14,000 ครับพี่น้องผมเชื่อว่าผมน่าจะได้สัก100 ภูน่าจะได้สัก100 ภูเพราะงั้นมันต้องได้พี่ๆเขาอย่างแน่นอนนะฮะไว้เจอกันนะครับขอบคุณที่มาอยู่ด้วยกันยันตี 4พักผ่อนนะฮะแล้วไว้เจอกัน see you นะครับบ๊ายบาย Discord ก็เจอกันทุกวันศุกร์ใช่เมื่อก่อนเจอกันทุกวันอาทิตย์เนาะเดี๋ยวนี้นั่งเล่นเกมกันทุกวันศุกร์แทนถ้าฉันไม่เทเดือนมิถุนาคือแบบงานเยอะมากแมเนจเวลาบ่ได้เลยแล้วเดี๋ยวไว้เม้ามอยกันใหม่นะจ๊ะไหนดูซิฉันเรทให้ใครที่ไหนได้บ้าง
If he had made a different choice, would this story have ended differently?
เซเวียอย่ามาทำเป็นรู้ดีเซเวียอย่ามาทำเป็นรู้ดีเซเวียเหมือนรู้ดีแกบ้าบอแอสเตรียกำลังไลฟ์อยู่โอเคป่ะชึบฉันเรทในนี้ไม่ได้หรอทำไมอ่ะแป๊บหนึ่งนะชึบอาจจะกดเรทผิดคนแป๊บหนึ่งนะฮะพาไปหาเพื่อนมีเพื่อนใหม่ฝั่ง EN ฝากสวัสดีแอสเตรียด้วยนะจ๊ะเก้แล้วก็ใน YouTube ไว้เจอกันฮึบมีใครอีกใน Twitter ยังมีคนตื่นอยู่หรือเปล่า Twitter ยังมีคนตื่นอยู่หรือเปล่านอนได้แล้วเช้าแล้วแกเช้าแล้วดูแลตัวเองด้วยนะจ๊ะเย่ไหนฉันต้องกด N ตรงไหนบ้างวะ มัลติสตรีมนะคะช่วงนี้ก็เลยแบบสับสนนิดนึงต้องทำอะไรตรงไหนบ้างนะ See you นะครับบ๊ะปุยแล้วเจอกันจ้าเราไปหาใครดีใน YouTube เรามีใครให้พาไปมีใครไลฟ์อยู่บ้างเหรอไม่มี ใครจะไลฟ์วะตอนนี้ก็จริง